Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Industry Summit, the UNIDO 21st General Conference. Please take your seat. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Industry Summit, the UNIDO 21st General Conference. Please take your seats. The program will start immediately.
When women thrive, industry transforms. On Women's Empowerment Day, UNIDO and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia unite leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers to drive equality and opportunity across every sector of industry. UNIDO supports women whose innovation and technology, entrepreneurship, and policy leadership are shaping the future of industrialization. Their talent and vision are driving greener industries, innovation, and inclusive growth. Women's leadership strengthens communities, their ideas drive solutions, and their equal participation drives progress that benefits everyone. Women also play a key role in shaping Saudi Arabia's industrial future through leadership programs, national initiatives, and expanded opportunities. The Kingdom is enabling women to contribute to innovation, technology adoption, and industrial growth. With women now over 37% of the industrial workforce, their participation strengthens a more inclusive, competitive, and resilient sector. Together, we are shaping a future where women's leadership powers progress and where every voice can equally contribute to shared prosperity.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UNIDO, I am Sarah Abdulaziz, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests for joining us here today for the Global Industry Summit, the UNIDO 21st General Conference. Yesterday, on Investment and Partnership Day, we saw how countries and industries are mobilizing global capital, innovation, and cooperation to drive sustainable industrial development. Tomorrow, Generation Future will bring youth from across the world to center stage, showcasing the skills, aspiration, and leadership that will shape the next era of industry. And today, we focus on a priority that stands on its own: women's empowerment. Women represent half of the world's population, and they are essential agent for change. Inclusive and sustainable growth cannot be achieved without women leading, innovating, and participating fully and equally in industrial transformation. Their leadership is a cornerstone for building resilient, future-ready ecosystem. At the Global Industry Summit, this commitment comes to life across 4 dynamic, interactive stages, each designed to amplify women's voices, experiences, and leadership in industry. And our focus are gender equality, since it drives industrial progress. Women's empowerment is not only a human right, it is a strategic driver of innovation, competitiveness, and sustainable industrial development worldwide. Second focus, it will be global momentum with regional leadership. Across the world, countries are advancing gender-responsive industrial policies, inclusive across the world, value change and women's leadership and equal participation in the technology, manufacturing, green industry, and entrepreneurship. Among these, the GCC region, including Saudi Arabia, offers powerful example of how policy reform, education, investment, and national strategies can unlock women's full economic potential, contributing to a global movement toward inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Real models, practical solutions. Today's program highlights proven, replicable approaches that advance equal leadership, participation, and benefit for women industry, from workplace reforms, the digital skills development, and women-led entrepreneurship and innovation. These examples show how inclusive strengthens entire industrial ecosystems. To connect it to the GC21's mission, Women Empowerment Day is central to conference's objective of building inclusive, resilient, sustainable industrial futures. It draws on the insights of Investment and Partnership Day and sets the stage for the Generation Future Day, ensuring that women leadership, innovation, and equal participation stand alongside youth as driving forces in shaping the next era of industry. In the end, progress depends on collaboration across governments, the private sectors, academia, and international organizations. Let today ensure concrete commitments, deeper partnership, and continued action to ensure women and men equal lead, innovate, and thrive in every industry or industrial sector globally. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our program with an opening word by Ms. Cecilia Estrada, Deputy to Director General and Managing Director, Directorate of Strategic Planning, Programming and Policy. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Cecilia Estrada to the stage.
Your Highness, Vice Minister, Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Women's Empowerment Day. Today, we are not only here to celebrate progress, we are here to accelerate it. Our theme for the day, Women's Role in the Future of Industry and the Economy, aims to inspire an actual call to action to harness women's talent for industrialization. Inclusive and sustainable industrialization will not happen by accident or by chance. It will happen because we work together to make it a reality. Today, the world also commemorates the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, reminding us that empowerment begins with safety and dignity. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for graciously advancing our shared objective of empowering women in industry and driving inclusive industrialization. This year, we stand at a crucial juncture. 2025 marked the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Also, we are just 5 years away from the 2030 deadline for Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 5 on achieving gender equality and SDG 9 on building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Gender equality is not a standalone goal. It is a universal, cross-cutting imperative for all 17 SDGs. Progress on every global goal depends on empowering all women and girls. Yet, despite decades of commitments, women remain underrepresented in the sectors shaping our future, especially high-tech, digital, and green industries. Leadership and gender pay gaps persist across manufacturing, energy, and agro-industries. These disparities are as unjust as they are inefficient. They cost us innovation, resilience, and inclusive growth. So today, let us move from words to action. At UNIDO, we believe that empowering women transforms industry and the economy. This is why we embed gender equality across all our projects and programs. We support our member states in designing gender-responsive industrial policies, providing entrepreneurship programs that open access for women to finance, markets, and technology, and investing in STEM in digital skills for women and girls, preparing them for the leadership in the industries of the future. Today's program is designed to inspire and equip you with practical tools. Through policies and dialogues, interactive panels, and TED-style talks showcasing global and regional success stories, we will explore strategies and actions to close gender gaps in leadership and entrepreneurship in industry. By the end of this day, let us commit to concrete steps. Dismantle barriers that hold women back and build industrial ecosystems where women thrive as leaders and innovators. Invest in women and girls' education and skills, especially digital literacy and STEM. Ensure equal access to finance and markets, enable women-led and women-owned enterprises to enter the market and scale. Harness digitalization and AI for inclusion, not exclusion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the global goals cannot be achieved without women's full and equal participation in industrial transformation. I invite each of you to be agents of change from today, to embed gender equality into national industrial strategies, aligning investment frameworks to inclusive growth, and championing international cooperation that ensures women are at the forefront of innovation and sustainability. Together, let us make gender equality a driver for industrial transformation, not an afterthought. Today, the UNIDO member states' commitment is being translated into concrete actions. At this very conference, UNIDO member states are aiming to adopt the Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women in Industrial Development Resolution. This resolution will provide further guidance to embed gender equality across all UNIDO operations, programs, and partnerships. And we commend the leadership of our member states in championing the initiative to establish an International Day of Women in Industry, a powerful symbol that the actions begin here. Together, let us turn our commitments into transformative action and build industries that are competitive, inclusive, and just. I thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Cecilia. And now my great pleasure, honored to welcome Her Highness Princess Masha'al bin Saud Al Sha'lan, co-founder of Aeon Collective and managing director. Welcome to the stage.
I'm not as tall as my counterpart, so I have to bring the mic a little lower. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to you all who have joined us today on this very important discussion. My name is Masha'al Sha'lan, one of the two co-founders of Aeon Collective, and really honored by the invitation by their excellencies at the Ministry of Industry, whose inception was really a signal that Saudi Arabia was taking the issue quite seriously, an opportunity that we think not only holds promise for the kingdom, but hopefully, if we do our job collectively right in this gathering today, for the rest of the world. And I recognize you women in the room. Special Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to you, not because of a desire to heighten you above your brethren men, but it's in recognition that the task that we have is quite large. So recognizing you as individuals is equally important today. I'm really honored for this invitation to open the conversation here, and grateful for UNIDO for really centering women within the future of sustainable industrial development. And that's not something to be taken lightly. For me, this was not an invitation for a conference session, but really an inflection point for inclusive industrial transformation. Issues around leadership, policy, innovation. I think these are all preconditions that have to be there to allow women to show the shape of who we truly are. And in some ways, as we've heard in side conversations, when you empower not half of your economy, not half of your society to come to the plate, you're unlocking a major super source of power that cannot be beaten. So we're here to reinforce both national and global commitments to women's participation, but equally presenting a shared vision for gender-responsive industrial development and inspiring, hopefully, collaboration to support women innovators moving forward. But let's get down to the truth of the matter here. Worldwide, women are still underrepresented in manufacturing and industrial sectors. Only around 28% of manufacturing workforce is female, even fewer in leadership and in advanced industry. If the future is meant to be digital, industrial, and maybe for me, for the hat that I wear, climate-driven, or a lot of the challenges that we're facing globally on sustainability, it must be by design and intentionally inclusive. And I think UNIDO's global priorities reflect that. The inclusivity and sustainable industrial development, digital transformation, a lot of beautiful words that we've heard from our colleagues at UNIDO earlier today. But for me, gender is not an issue of just equality, it's about equity. It's about leveling the playing field. It's not about tokenizations or giving special treatment for women. I think for all of us women here in the room, if we look deeply, all that we wanted was an equal opportunity to show our mettle, to show what we're made of, and prove that we as well are able to carry that burden moving forward. And in Saudi Arabia, we've given that major opportunity with Vision 2030. One of the fastest expansions in women economic participation globally. We're able to jump from 19% to 36%. But I have to say, within that decade, that was not equal across the board. I also have the honor, other than wearing, of Eon Collective, which is our nonprofit focused on a lens that we call planetary repair. For us, sustainability in and of itself is not enough. We come from the land of Amarat al-Ard, of re-inhabiting Earth, and that's the process that we take in our nonprofit. But we equally recognized within the sector of energy overall that that representation stood at 5%. That 5% was incredibly troubling for me, especially since we saw huge efforts coming from the public sector. In the case of the Ministry of Energy, in the case of the Ministry of Industry, there's a massive jump in the participation of women within those domains of the public sector, but not so much in the private sector. And the question really has to be resounded and based on why is that the case? What we're trying to attract as well is not only job opportunities for women in the bigger cities like the city of Riyadh, but in the farthest parts of our countries, and understanding that the role that they play has to be incredibly instrumental. So we need to see is women leading in energy, industry, the digital transformation, and we're starting to see this in Saudi Arabia. Like I said, just level the playing field and women will show you what they're able to do. In national labs, in industrial parks, industrial zones, whether we're thinking about manufacturing, the clean tech, hydrogen, carbon management, if we're thinking about textiles, if we're thinking about agri-tech, women are there and present. But we need to see that participation be at a larger volume, and not in mere symbolism, but in structural and generational shifts. I guess it turns out women only required equating the playing field moving forward. And we also come from a land of heritage and continuity. Our cultural memory, for example, as I was discussing with the DG earlier, reminds us that prosperity in Arabia was always built on the quietest power of women. We just need to name them and put them in the forefront. For example, King Abdulaziz, when he unified this country, he used to have, in the most difficult times of his unification, a call to say, وَنَخُ نُورًا, and I am the brother of Noura, not only because he loved her, but because he knew that she was the source of strength that he had moving forward. And I think that call for that quietest force need to be shown up front by naming them, by showing those faces. of industrialization, whether they're the works on traders, artisans, farmers, and custodians of both land and knowledge. So leadership, policy, and innovation. Women's presence in decision-making has to be part and parcel of shifting the priorities towards long-term stewardship, human development, and ecological responsibility. Policy. We need to understand what those barriers are by asking the women themselves of what's stopping them from effective participation. Sometimes it could be something as simple as the stories they've been told about themselves, that this is not a space for them to be operating in, that this is not the story of their progression. So we need to be thinking of the stories that they're telling themselves about themselves. In other cases, it's about access to childcare, about safe transport, about equal pay, about STEM education. And I have to say, I'm not boasting here, but in Saudi Arabia, women are above men in STEM education. There's equal pay across the board, but we need to be seeing more of that happen across the globe. Access to procurement methods, financing, all of this being industrial enablers moving forward. And there are opportunities in spaces where women can show a different model of development. AI, robotics, clean tech, the circular economy, biomanufacturing, the list can go on and on. But the inclusive innovation, if we do not be mindful of listening to them, we run the risk of repeating the same mistakes over and over again. So don't assume what women need, ask. And know and be mindful of how to integrate them, because they would be the best people to advocate on their own behalf. I usually run the risk of going overtime in my talk, but if you may allow me to end with a final note. We have a lot of our colleagues here seeing the massive development that is happening in the city of Riyadh, a city that has developed massively in a short amount of time. But what people don't understand when they visit Saudi Arabia for the first time in 2025 is the fast journey that we went through as a country. I'll take my own story, and I'm sure every single Saudi here is reminded of that. The first house of my grandfather was a mud brick house. The second house for my grandfather was the first cement build in the country, I mean, multiple ones across the system. And the third one was the one that they chose to stay in. And that was all within his own lifetime. That's already indicative for how some of my aunts, depending on their age, grew, what they were exposed to, what they saw as an opportunity for economic growth. But with that fast pace for development, we also have a superpower. When we're talking about sustainability, about integration, it's not about making up excuses, but it's about being able to tap into a space of power that was relatively close to us. It's not the story of our forefathers, of our foremothers, and how they lived and how they inhabited this earth. It's the story of our grandparents and how they chose to move forward. And that did not change them, which honestly is seldom seen across the world. That left them ample with huge humility, which is really important when it comes to some of these applications, that left them recognizing a lot of the strength of their women. So when you talk to Saudis, even prior to the participation within their labor force, just give them the opportunity and you'll see the magic that they'll be able to do. But we don't tell enough good stories about our foremothers, and that's what I really want to end this conversation with. And allow me by naming my great-grandmother, Hissa, to say this. Going through that old mud brick house, we always hear the stories of our grandfathers and what they have done within it. And if you may allow me, name the name of a brilliant woman that's leading Noor Riyadh here. We've also known how to manage the role of light and translate a light that's filling a room into art. So if you have an opportunity to visit the parts of the older town, I encourage you to do so. But I mention this because when you're walking through the halls of Old Murabba, you know the stories of a lot of the men, but what I always think about is the stories of our grandmothers, of what those walls must remember, of the calls of happiness, of glory, of these whole economies of craftsmanship that we no longer see as a deep connector to industry. Those were our roots, and it's a space that's really close for us to tap into again. So if I may just have this subtle node for this cultural groundness and for the work of our grandmothers and what we're building towards as our basis moving forward. A lot of women already shaped our history, and we hope for a lot of us women today, our names would be held in history, not for glory, but for the quietest work that we're able to do, but also by recognizing and naming one another. And I'll end with this. To women, as I said earlier, do develop better stories that you tell yourself about yourself. There aren't few positions for you at the top. It's just a question of doing what you think is right and uplifting others with you. What you see is right, replicate. What you see is wrong, do not try to inhibit, because that will be a bigger barrier to effective development. And we need to have these stories be a source of igniting for us, not to let us down. To the government, and I'm outside of government, so if you allow me, Your Excellency, and a lot of excellencies in the room, I think gender equity should be at the heart of industrial policy. And it's not just a question of paying lip service for a global goal or target. We're not a country abiding to that, and I hope a lot of the countries that we have in the room are not attracted to that. It's about unlocking the potential of 50% of your economy. It's just sound economics, nothing beyond that. To industry leaders, redesign value chains where women thrive. And now we have the opportunity to do so. We hear a lot about the fourth industrial revolution. I think we no longer have excuses for deeper integration for women within a lot of that workforce. And it's about deep integration and not just mere participation. To innovators, dare to build the technologies that include women by design. And to the next generation, be bold, step forward, but don't forget who you are. That is your building block, and that pure sense of identity will be your superpower moving forward. So Riyadh is the right place, in my opinion, and I hope you're getting to sense that for having these types of conversation. We're deeply rooted in heritage, and we're boldly accelerating into the future. I hope you use this moment as a catalyst for new partnerships across countries and sectors. I hope that it's not used as a way of biasing or imagination of what a Saudi woman is. I'm but the weakest example here with you and speaking to you in the room. You have a lot of quiet women in the halls that have done a lot more than I did, but we're not given the opportunity. So find a woman, talk to her, and try to understand how we can make things work more effectively. And may we make sure that we're carrying the legacy of women before us and ensuring that women today and tomorrow are named, seen, and empowered. Shukran lakum. I went too long. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Highness, for such an inspiring opening. Thank you once again for setting the directions of today's discussions. Esteemed guests, this concludes our introduction session. Next, we'll have the UNIDO general debate, and after that, we will reconvene at 11:30 for our next session titled by Empowering Women, Transforming Industry, Leadership of a Sustainable Future, where we will explore the strategies, leadership, and innovations to ensure women's equal access to skills, finance, and technology so that gender equality soon becomes a reality in the industry. Thank you.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I declare open the 5th plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference, being held as the Global Industry Summit 2025. As Vice President of the conference, and in the absence of the President from the plenary this morning, I have the honor of chairing this meeting. This morning we had the pleasure of witnessing the official launch of the thematic day, Women's Empowerment, Women's Role in the Future of Industry and the Economy. Today's focus on women's empowerment reminds us that women are vital to the future of industry. By advancing gender-responsive industrial policies and promoting women's leadership and fostering inclusive innovation models, we can build industries that are not only more diverse and equitable, but also more resilient and forward-looking. I'd like to inform you that a side event will take place this morning. It's titled Focusing on Empowering Women, Transforming Industry Leadership for a Sustainable Future. This discussion will look at how women's leadership and participation are driving industrial transformation and accelerating progress towards sustainable development. I also encourage all delegates to take full advantage of today's rich program of engagements, with sessions that provide valuable opportunities to exchange experience and highlight women's leadership and build partnerships that advance gender equality in industry. Through your active participation, we can ensure that women's voices and contributions remain at the heart of shaping a more inclusive and sustainable industrial future. As we return to the proceedings, I'd like to remind you that the Credentials Committee is taking place in parallel to this plenary meeting from 9:30 to 10:15. And it will be followed by the second meeting of the main committee from 10:30 to 12:30 in the main committee hall. Following the conclusion of the first meeting of the main committee yesterday, I'm pleased to inform you that consensus was reached on all draft decisions and on all draft resolutions except for one, which was the resolution on circular economy for inclusive and sustainable industrial development submitted by Armenia, Mexico, and the Philippines. I encourage all members to actively engage in the proceedings of the main committee with a view to reaching consensus on this outstanding draft resolution. All draft decisions and resolutions on which consensus is reached in the main committee will be presented in the form of an AL document and the addendas for adoption at the closing plenary on Thursday. And finally, I would like to inform you that following yesterday's circulation of the nominations for Vice President from the Western European and Others group, we will consider this group's nominations at the 6th plenary meeting this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. And I kindly ask all delegations to be represented at the plenary session at that moment. I would ask you to be present here at 2:30 p.m. at the plenary session when we will have the election of the Vice President from the group that's still outstanding. So thank you very much, and we now turn to the plenary and to the statements under the general debate. And the next speaker on my list is Indonesia. The Deputy Minister for Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Tariat. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, to start, Indonesia aligns itself with the statement of the Group of 77 and China, and would like to add the following brief remarks in its national capacity. Indonesia appreciates UNIDO's work, especially against the backdrop of today's dynamic and turbulent situation. We recognize and support UNIDO's role towards accelerating the achievement of SDG 9 in the realization of inclusive and sustainable industrial development for all. Our commitment to UNIDO is reflected, among others, in its contribution as a member of the Program and Budget Committee 2021-2024, and by submitting our nomination to be a member of IDB 2529. Rest assured of our continued support to the work of UNIDO. Indonesia further supports UNIDO's priorities of enabling a world without hunger, advancing fair and sustainable supply chains, and driving clean energy access and climate action. The three priorities are timely and relevant and align with our government's priorities of Astacita or 8 Vision. We stand ready to discuss the post-2025 UNIDO Indonesia Country Partnership Program that align with our Astacita, particularly on energy and food security, green and blue economies, and industrial downstreaming to create added value to domestic industrial production. Madam President, Indonesia attaches great importance to green industrial transformation through the promotion of low-carbon policies, energy efficiency, circular economy practices, and clean energy deployment. To this end, we have undertaken following measures: adopting the industrial decarbonization strategy, targeting net zero industrial emissions by 2050, a decade ahead of our national net zero goal of 2060. Introducing the Green Industry Service Company to support industries in adopting green practices and improving environmental performance. Also, implementing 8 projects under the Indonesia UNIDO Country Program funded at over $8 million, covering sustainable industry development, clean industry initiatives, green chemicals, and eco-industrial parks. For this purpose, we call on UNIDO to prioritize technology transfer, capacity building, equitable benefit sharing, local value addition, and investment facilitation to support green transformation. My delegation also wishes to underline the following pertinent points. We encourage more support to micro, small, and medium enterprises to startups in order to enhance their competitiveness. We reiterate the importance of promoting gender balance, gender equality, and the empowerment of women in line with national laws and within the context of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And we also urge the continuation of efforts to increase representation of developing countries among the professional staff in UNIDO, particularly at the senior management level. Madam President, Indonesia welcomes the Zero Real Growth budget for the 2026-2027 biennium and further urges UNIDO to strengthen the efficiency of human resources management as well as asset management and logistic services to improve efficiency. We look forward to a more robust and more productive organization under Director General Mueller's second term. To conclude, we reiterate how important it is now, more than ever, for UNIDO member states to strengthen the organization and work collectively to address the current global challenges. Indonesia continues to call upon UNIDO, alongside its stakeholders and partners, to scale up support and assistance to developing countries, including to address the special needs of, among others, LDCs, middle-income countries, and economies in transition. Indonesia stands ready to enhance our cooperation with UNIDO and its member states in promoting and accelerating sustainable industrial development. We are looking forward to productive, inspiring, and innovative discussions with all delegates in this conference. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Muchas gracias. Thank you for your statement, and I now invite Andrei Telupa, the Deputy Minister of Economy, Environmental Protection and Agriculture of Ukraine.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and partners. It's a great honor to present Ukraine's vision for accelerating industrial development and deepening cooperation with our strategic partner, UNIDO. And let me begin to expressing our gratitude. We convey our profound appreciation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the outstanding hospitality and the excellent organization of this global industry summit. Ukraine is open and resolutely determined to develop profound cooperation with the Gulf states in the fields of industry, innovation, and investment attraction. Our cooperation with UNIDO is a long-standing and trusted partnership. While our relations have a long history, the full-scale work has initiated a new, reinforced phase of joint work. We deeply value UNIDO's demonstrated long-term commitment to the sustainable, green and inclusive industrial development of Ukraine. Our primary objective today is not simply to restore production. Ukraine is in its fourth year of defending its freedom, and our enemies purposefully and systematically destroying our industrial, energy, and logistical infrastructure. Yet, even in these extraordinarily difficult conditions, Ukraine is decisively and with focus working to create modern, competitive, and resilient industrial base, fully integrated into the European and global value chains. Our industrial sector, particularly in manufacturing, agro-processing, digitalization, and advanced technologies, demonstrates exceptional resilience. Just for the last 2 years, we built more than 100 of new factories and plants, and our task is to channel this industrial potential toward green, energy-efficient transformation and modernization. Our joint work with the UNIDO Green Industrial Recovery Program for Ukraine 2024-2028 provides a coherent and strategic framework aligned with our national strategic priorities and the European integration vector. We focus on 3 main priority areas identified jointly with UNIDO. First is creating opportunities for people. This is achieved through fostering entrepreneurship, skills development, and creating opportunities for economic empowerment. Special focus is directed towards the most vulnerable groups of the population. Second is building a green economy by accelerating the adoption of energy-efficient technologies, circular economy principles, and cleaner production. And the third priority is supporting business and attracting investment. This primarily means tangible support for SMEs, improving quality infrastructure, and the transfer of the cutting-edge and most promising technologies. Our partnership with UNIDO is enriched with new approaches. An innovative, successful model of effective trilateral cooperation between Ukraine, UNIDO, and third countries was launched this year with the tripartite industrial policy dialogue on industrial policy formalized between the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, UNIDO, and the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. This is why we call on countries ready to share innovative solutions and best industrial development practices with us to join this model today, because we also can a lot to share right now about innovation and new technologies due to harsh conditions that are pushing our industries forward. I should also note that today, Ukraine itself has become a source of unique technologies and solutions. We are ready to share this experience in the fields of cyber defense, digital governance, and logistics with other UNIDO member states represented in our contribution to global resilience. So all your countries are welcome for cooperation with us. And in conclusion, I thank the key UNIDO donors in Ukraine, Japan, Switzerland, Austria, Germany, the European Union, and many others. During this Global Industry Summit, we are determined to continue cooperation and expand dialogue with potential partners for the development of Ukraine's green and inclusive industry. I once again encourage your support for Ukraine, the best place today to realize the principles of Build Back Better and Build Back Greener. And also using this opportunity, I'm glad to welcome you all and to invite you all for this special Ukrainian event we will have in 45 minutes in Member States Pavilion, and we will be presenting projects we already have active in Ukraine. So thank you all for the attention, and please be with Ukraine. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. I thank you for this statement. And I now invite Mr. Stefano Gatti, Director General for Development Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Italy fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and its national capacity wishes to add the following. Firstly, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this important event. In the face of ongoing crisis and multiple obstacles on the pathway to sustainable development, we need to keep the topic of industrial development high in the international political agenda. Let me also congratulate Mr. Gerhard Müller for his reappointment as Director General. This decision validates his leadership and vision, which Italy fully supported, with particular reference to his commitment to fight food insecurity. Indeed, food security also depends on quality and resilient infrastructure and efficient agri-food value chains. We praise UNIDO for its commitment and contribution to the food security agenda, which is also reflected in the decision to submit a resolution devoted to food security. In recognition of UNIDO's work in this field, the Italian Development Cooperation has identified UNIDO as a knowledge partner of choice for developing and implementing our global coffee strategy. I'm referring in particular to the Advancing Climate Resilience and Transformation in Africa Coffee Programme, a priority initiative for Italy under the Mattei Plan for Africa and a flagship action of the European Union Global Gateway. Implemented by UNIDO, this programme is delivering concrete progress on climate resilience, skills development and sustainable value chains transformation across Africa. Our collaboration with UNIDO goes beyond the coffee sector. We have several active projects in the African continent which span from supporting enterprise development in the textile sector to contributing to the development of fisheries sector and strengthening institutional capacities to engage the private sector. In this regard, let me also highlight the UNIDO Creative Hub in Addis Ababa, inaugurated in 2021 with funding from the Italian Development Cooperation. The hub provides a dedicated space for small enterprises and individual operators, particularly women, active in fashion and design, offering technical support and assistance in product development. It stands as a concrete example of how our partnership translates into opportunities, skills, and economic empowerment on the ground. Italy's cooperation with UNIDO is broad and structured, encompassing initiatives across multiple regions, from Latin America to Asia, the Middle East, and other priority areas for Italian development cooperation. This reflects a long-standing and diversified partnership between Italy and UNIDO. In particular today, I would like to highlight two key dimensions of this strategic partnership: the partnership with African countries and the common work on private sector development. Italy has clearly showed that Africa is a priority, particularly in the framework of the Mattei Plan for Africa. The same is true for UNIDO, as the organization has been in charge of the third decade of industrial development in Africa, 2016-2025. We intend to continue our collaboration with UNIDO, also leveraging the expertise of UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Office, which we host in Rome. This office works specifically on improving the competitiveness of small and medium enterprises in developing countries. Being hosted in Rome, it can also leverage and promote synergy with Italy's industrial sector excellences. This brings me to the other aspects, private sector development. We all know that this is a crucial element for creating sustainable economic development and quality employment. This is why the involvement of the private sector is a characterizing element of Italy's current approach to development cooperation. On the one hand, we are co-originating and co-designing development initiatives directly with the private sector. On the other hand, we are committed to work with partner countries to strengthen their capacity to involve the private sector in international development. Distinguished guests, I would like to conclude by inviting all relevant stakeholders, United Nations, international financial institutions, the private sector, civil society, to continue work with UNIDO to reach the objective of sustainable industrial development. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Now I invite Ms. Silvana Peña Herrera, Undersecretary of Competitiveness of the Ministry of Production, Foreign Trade and Investments of Ecuador.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, Director General, Madam Vice President, Secretariat of UNIDO, representatives of member states of UNIDO, dear friends. It's an honor for Ecuador to participate in the 21st period of sessions of the General Conference of the United Nations Organization for Industrial Development, UNIDO. We thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us here in Riyadh, and we congratulate UNIDO on bringing together the member states of this organization in this space for dialogue in order to move forward in achieving goals that aim for sustainable and inclusive industrialization. I express the greetings of the government of Ecuador, our President, Daniel Noboa, and the Minister of Production, Luis Alberto Jaramillo, and we express our country's commitment to an industrial policy which is more competitive, which promotes development for a better quality of life for our fellow citizens. We recognize the work that UNIDO does in supporting industrial development of our countries. Important results are reflected in the reports presented by the Director General, Gerd Mueller, and we congratulate him on his re-election. Likewise, we highlight the work done by the Industrial Development Board at its 52nd and 53rd period of sessions, and the work done by the Committee on Program and Budget in its efforts to achieve a budget which is aligned with the needs of all member states. Of particular relevance is the work done by UNIDO in the following areas: the implementation of the strategy for gender equality and women and girls empowerment, which contributes to achieving the 2030 Agenda, the achievement of the SDGs, in particular SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure in the industrial sector with sustainable projects, the achievements made in digital transformation, innovation, and artificial intelligence, the activities carried out by UNIDO when it comes to energy and the environment, its support to governments and industries that are in the process of carrying out sustainable industrial transformation, support to industries in circular economy programs, adopting manufacturing practices that make efficient use of energy and resources, with innovation in design, production processes, and management of the useful lifespan of products. Mr. President, Ecuador is committed to the renewed work carried out by UNIDO, but there is still a long way to go in our countries. With this goal, we must face together the reduction of poverty through instruments allowing developing countries to close technology gaps, and promoting innovation, generating employment, ensuring food security, and other challenges. Thus, Ecuador encourages UNIDO, and we ensure UNIDO that we will help to strengthen its technical cooperation programs, and we ask it to increase its presence on the ground, especially in countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. It's important to consolidate the medium-term program framework 2026-2029 in order to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Ecuador is making progress in the area of industry, and on this road, UNIDO's support has been fundamental. So we'd like to express our thanks and highlight our particular interest in encouraging digitalization and artificial intelligence as a strategy that we consider of greatest priority in order to encourage industrial development. We need to adopt new digital technology and adopt better practices of circular economy and value chains and industrial chains in order to make progress in developing the bioeconomy as well. In recent years, my country has undertaken a decisive process for productive transformation, focusing our policies on competitiveness, innovation, sustainability, and the efficient integration of our industries in regional and global value chains. This work includes and frames our government plan, the National Plan for Development, the 2024 Growth Agenda, the Strategy for Productive Development, and the Competitiveness Policy of Ecuador, which is currently being developed. However, it is necessary to strengthen sectoral policies such as for agro-industry, and to consolidate this strategic sector for our economy, namely the sector that provides for exports and creates jobs. It has a considerable impact on the economic and social development of my country. With this in mind, it's vital to strengthen cooperation and make use of technical assistance to carry out industrial projects that include technologies and innovation, to ensure that industrial policies are more sustainable and environmentally responsible. Though Ecuador has seen important progress in its industries when it comes to optimizing use of resources, reduction of waste, and the creation of more sustainable and efficient processes, it still remains very necessary to continue working with UNIDO to implement projects allowing us to strengthen industrial policy and the different strategies that we are currently carrying out. It is also necessary to have multilateral cooperation to move towards achieving impactful results. For example, in the National Strategy for Circular Economy and Bioeconomy. These are framed in the strategy for the productive development and the competitiveness policy of our country. Support for technological modernization and digital transformation of our industry, particularly for micro SMEs, which make up more than 90% of the productive units of our country, is necessary in order to achieve these goals, and this will strengthen strategic sectors of our country, improving their productivity, their export competitiveness, and their resilience in the face of changes in the global market. Ecuador encourages strategic sectors such as clean energy, biotechnology, new industrialized products with a focus on sustainability, framed in the strategy for circular economy, bioeconomy, and blue economy, with an objective of diversifying and added value to our productive sector and to create quality employment. Throughout this process, international cooperation has been key. UNIDO has continued to be a key partner of Ecuador, providing technical support for cleaner production, energy efficiency, industrial innovation, and a transition towards a circular economy. We highly value this support, and we reiterate our interest in continuing to collaborate in topics such as industrial decarbonization, electromobility, intelligent manufacturing, and green industries. Finally, Mr. President, the world is facing complex challenges which require solid industrial responses. The climate urgency, the rapid adoption of digital technology, and the need for low-carbon economies. Faced with these challenges, Ecuador reiterates its commitment to a productive development model which fosters innovation, generates responsible competitiveness, and promotes opportunities for women, young people, and new entrepreneurs. My country reiterates its commitment to the objectives of UNIDO with modern industrialization that will positively transform the lives of our citizens, leaving no one behind. Ecuador will continue to be an active ally to move towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I invite the Vice Minister, Ms. Gianna Franjul from Dominican Republic. She is the Vice Minister of Industry.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. The Dominican Republic expresses its most sincere congratulations to His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of this 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO. We also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on the excellent organization of this important meeting. The Dominican Republic would like to take this opportunity to express particular thanks to the previous president, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy, for her excellent work. We also recognize the work of UNIDO's Secretariat, its effective coordination and support that it has provided to this General Conference, and we recognize the work it has been done in the preparatory meetings. Dominican Republic recognizes the work of UNIDO in fulfilling its mandate, and we congratulate the Director General Mueller on his re-election We are convinced that under his leadership, the work of UNIDO will continue to strengthen the organization. Likewise, we urge the Director General to address the challenges faced by middle-income countries and countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We consider it a priority to strengthen initiatives of knowledge transfer, capacity development, and technical cooperation in the region, including updating and implementing the Program for Latin America and the Caribbean, and strengthening the regional office and the offices on the ground. Dominican Republic values the progress made by UNIDO in expanding strategic partnerships with the private sector, academia, and partners for development. These are key actors in order to foster industrial innovation, technology transfer, and the mobilization of resources towards projects that are aligned with member states' priorities. We appreciate the regional spaces for cooperation and exchange, as well as linkages with other UN systems, agencies, and other cooperating partners through South-South and triangular mechanisms. In this context, we welcome programs like Pathways and Flows, which strengthen these synergies and generate tangible results in Latin America and the Caribbean. We recognize the efforts of UNIDO for gender equality and women's empowerment. And we encourage UNIDO to expand initiatives that promote women's leadership at all levels, in line with Sustainable Development Goal number 5. We highlight the importance of encouraging empowerment, access to financing, and a reduction of the gender digital gap. In Dominican Republic, the participation of women in employment and industry is more than 54%, and the presence of women in sectors that are traditionally male has increased from 10.3% in 2022 to 23.6% in 2024. This reflects concrete progress made towards more inclusive industry. The roadmap to close the gender gap, which we have developed, will allow us to continue making progress in this area. Dominican Republic also values the promotion of eco-industrial parks by UNIDO as a fundamental tool to foster more efficient, sustainable, and inclusive industrial development. And we encourage UNIDO to expand this initiative in the Dominican Republic. Likewise, we urge UNIDO to maintain its strong compromise to the development of concrete partnerships aimed at results with financial partners and beneficiary countries in order to implement efficiently the country programs and the programs for country partnerships. We consider these programs to be innovative models to accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We highlight that the Dominican Republic has recently signed a country program with UNIDO. This shows our conviction that international cooperation is a fundamental pillar to foster industrial transformation and shared progress. Dominican Republic takes note of document G2115, and we express our recognition of the updated strategy for Small Island Developing States 2029-2025, as well as UNIDO's commitment to the Antigua and Barbuda agenda. This strategy is essential in order to strengthen technical cooperation, economic resilience, and climate resilience, as well as production diversity and industrial competitiveness for small island developing states in the region. Finally, Dominican Republic reiterates its commitment to the principles and goals of UNIDO, and we highlight the relevance of industrial development as a driver of growth, employment, innovation, and well-being, supporting SDG 9. We reaffirm that we are determined to continue working closely with the organization in order to promote policies and actions that strengthen industrial capacity and contribute to sustainable, inclusive, and equitable development of our societies. Thank you, and have a good day.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Matilda Aku Alomatu.
Representante.
Permanent Representative of Ghana to UNIDO.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, I wish to extend warm felicitations to the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this historic Global Industry Summit and for the generous hospitality extended to our delegates. We congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Korayev for his election as President to the 20th General Conference. In the same breath, I extend warm appreciation to my dear friend, Her Excellency Deborah Lepre, Permanent Representative of Italy to the UNIDO, for her able stewardship of the 20th General Conference. Ghana aligns itself with the statements delivered by the Group of 77 in China and the African Group, respectively, while reaffirming its steadfast commitment to the principles of solidarity, cooperation, as well as shared prosperity that underpin this organization. We commend Dr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO, for his visionary leadership and dedicated efforts to position the organization as a catalyst for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Ghana looks forward to deepening its collaboration with the organization under his continued stewardship. Madam President, under global context and shared responsibility, this session convenes at a defining moment for global industry. The world economy continues to navigate complex transitions from post-pandemic recovery and supply chain reconstruction to the accelerating of digital and green revolutions. Yet, for many developing countries, particularly in Africa, industrial transformation remains constrained by inequities in technology access, climate finance, and trade opportunities. We therefore welcome the Riyadh Declaration, which places renewed emphasis on sustainable and resilient supply chains, strengthened partnerships, innovation and low-emission, climate-responsive industrial growth. These priorities reflect Ghana's conviction that industrialization must be both inclusive in participation and sustainable outcomes. Under Ghana's national industrial transformation, Madam President, at the national level, Ghana has embarked on a bold new chapter in its industrial journey. The 24-hour economy agenda, launched by the government of Ghana, the President, John Dramani Mahama, represents a paradigm shift in productivity, transforming Ghana into a round-the-clock hub of manufacturing, logistics, and innovation. This initiative, designed to stimulate investment, create employment, and reinforce supply chain linkages across key sectors such as agro-processing, energy, and light manufacturing. Complementing this agenda is Ghana's drive towards green industrialization, which integrates the energy transition framework into industrial planning. Through investment in clean energy, e-mobility, and circular economy models, Ghana is positioning itself as a regional partner in low-carbon industrialization. In partnership with UNIDO and the Global Environment Facility, with support from Canada, Ghana is implementing the Ghana Circular Economy Center project to promote waste-to-resource innovation and green enterprise development. Equally central to our national strategy is inclusion. The initiative to establish the Women's Development Bank will empower women entrepreneurs to access capital, technology, and markets. At the same time, Ghana is expanding a comprehensive youth skills ecosystem through flagship initiatives such as the Digital Jobs Initiative, including the 1 Million Coders Program, the establishment of regional digital centers and ICT parks, the Enhanced National Apprenticeship Program, and new TVET centers of excellence. These programs are equipping young Ghanaians with the digital, technical, and entrepreneurial competencies required for Industry 4.0, including artificial intelligence, digital manufacturing, and renewable energy technologies. These national initiatives align closely with the thematic focus of this Global Industry Summit, the Investment and Partnership Day, the Women's Empowerment Day, and the Generation Future Day, each of which seeks to catalyze innovation, inclusion, and investment for sustainable industrial transformation. Ghana's programs in digital jobs, women's entrepreneurship, and youth skills development therefore demonstrate the country's practical alignment with the vision and priorities of this conference. Madam President, regional leadership and cooperation at the sub-regional level, Ghana continues to work with the Economic Community of West African States, the ECOWAS, to harmonize industrial standards and strengthen regional value chains. The location of the African Continental Free Trade Area in Ghana symbolizes our commitment to a continental market that fuels intra-African trade, builds resilient manufacturing ecosystems, and expands decent jobs for Africa's youth. Ghana strongly supports the transition to the next phase of Africa's industrial development agenda following the conclusion of the third industrial development decade for Africa in 2025 and welcomes the ongoing preparation for the IDDA4 together with UNIDO's proposed Africa Strategy 2026 to 2029 as the strategic framework for its implementation. We call for sustained collaboration between UNIDO and the African Union Commission and regional economic communities to ensure that Africa's industrial transformation is effectively supported, coordinated, and aligned with continental priorities. Madam President, under UNIDO's cooperation and global partnerships, Ghana's long-standing partnership with UNIDO continues to deliver tangible results. Through the Ghana UNIDO Country Program, we are advancing projects in industrial park development, sustainable agriculture, and SME modernization. We particularly value UNIDO's support for Ghana's green industrial transition, including the industrial energy efficiency and cleaner production initiatives, as well as the GEF-funded Circular Economy Center, which strengthens competitiveness, sustainability, and innovation across key sectors. Ghana also welcomes UNIDO's evolving role in global initiatives on industrial decarbonization, hydrogen economy, and circular production systems, which are vital tools for achieving the objectives of the Paris Agreement and SDG 9. Under policy and financing priorities, Madam President, Ghana believes that achieving inclusive and sustainable industrialization requires a new global industrial compact built on 4 pillars. First, the creation of predictable and innovative financing mechanisms that blend concessional and private capital to support industrialization in middle-income and African economies. Second, stronger technology transfer partnerships that ensure developing countries are producers, not just consumers, in the emerging digital economy. Third, greater investment in women and youth-led industries that foster entrepreneurship, inclusion, and innovation. And fourth, enhanced integration of industrial policy with climate action, ensuring that growth contributes to both prosperity and planetary stability. Ghana calls upon the international community and our development partners to rally behind this vision, one that recognizes industry as a driver not only of economic growth, but of dignity, equity, and environmental sustainability. Madam President, in closing, Ghana reaffirms its unwavering support for UNIDO's mandate and for multilateral cooperation as the cornerstone of global progress. As we look forward to 2030 and beyond, let us transform the spirit of Riyadh into action, where innovation drives inclusion, industry powers peace, and production serves people and planets alike. Ghana stands ready to work with all partners to make the next decade one of Africa's industrial awakenings, an era where our factories hum with purpose, our youth create with confidence, and our nations rise together in shared prosperity. I thank you, Madam President, and I sincerely apologize for going beyond the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite His Excellency Mr. Kai-Fu Atsushi, Permanent Representative of Japan to UNIDO.
Thank you, Madam President. Please let me begin my statement with the highest appreciation to the government and people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this conference with warm hospitality. Please be assured of Japan's full support throughout the conference. Madam President, Japan highly values the vital role that UNIDO plays in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Our partnership with UNIDO has made great advances, both in scope and depth. Let me touch upon two dimensions of it. First, our wide-ranging portfolio of projects, and second, our broader cooperation that goes beyond project implementation to strengthen UNIDO's engagement with its stakeholders. On the first point, through Japan's financial contribution, a total of 23 projects amounting to $90 million are being implemented this year, benefiting countries across the world. Japan continues to support Ukraine through the Green Industrial Recovery Project with 47 feasibility studies and demonstration projects adopted in the fields such as medical care, agriculture, and demining. In Africa, namely in Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa, but not limited to, a variety of projects are underway that utilize Japanese technologies such as those promoting plastic recycling to lead to circular economy, a testament to our commitment to ISID. Second, our cooperation also goes to the enhancement of UNIDO's partnership with its stakeholders. Recently, there have been 3 engagements. In August this year, Japan successfully hosted the 9th Tokyo International Cooperation Conference on African Development, TICAD 9. We were honored by the participation of DDG Haidara and DDG Yasunaga, and commended UNIDO's active engagement in organizing thematic events highlighting the drivers of Africa's future, talent, innovation, and industrialization. It is without doubt that UNIDO stands as an indispensable partner in the TICAD process. Last month, Japan hosted Ukraine Mine Action Conference 2025. The active participation of Mr. Sikas, Senior Coordinator for Ukraine, played an important role in reinforcing our commitment to Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, and in charting a way forward for further Japan-UNIDO cooperation. At this General Conference, thanks to the proactive engagement of ITPO Tokyo, 18 Japanese companies, mainly small and medium enterprises, are taking part in the several events. We sincerely hope that this gathering of potential business partners from around the world will further strengthen ties among UNIDO member states and private sectors. Madam President, even within the complex and challenging global circumstances and tight fiscal conditions faced by member states, Japan recognizes and deeply appreciates UNIDO's steady commitment to advancing ISID. In light of zero real growth budget consensus for 2026-2027, we strongly encourage UNIDO to further enhance efficiency in budget execution, transparency, and organizational management while increasing the visibility and impact of its work. Given Japan's severe fiscal constraints, the efficient and accountable use of financial resources has become more crucial than ever. Madam President, Japan is ready to support reappointment of the incumbent external auditor and look forward to the continuation of its important role. We acknowledge the importance of the recommendations of both external auditor and the Independent Oversight Advisory Committee and note the effective progress made by the Secretariat in their implementation. Further, Japan recalls for continued efforts to ensure the highest standards of discipline, integrity, and transparency within the organization. Madam Chair, in closing, Japan sincerely appreciates the UNIDO Secretariat for its tireless preparations and expects all member states for their constructive engagement in the deliberations. We remain committed to supporting UNIDO and working with all partners in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Haitham Abu Momem Hassan Shoja'addin, Permanent Representative of Yemen to UNIDO.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, heads and members of delegations, it is my pleasure on behalf of the Republic of Yemen to convey my thanks and appreciations to our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important conference and for the able organization and generous hospitality. We equally convey our thanks to the UNIDO under Gerd Müller for their unstinting efforts in support of sustainable industrial development. I seize this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller upon his reappointment as Director General of UNIDO. Madam President, we align ourselves with the statement of the Arab Group and the Group of 77 and China. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's hosting the Global Industrial Summit and the 21st session of the General Conference of UNIDO with the participation of UNIDO member states, in addition to governments, private sector, international organizations, amongst others, reflects the ever-growing role of the Kingdom as a global hub for sustainable industrial development, bridging advanced and developing countries, thus strengthening sustainable and inclusive industrial growth and bolstering solidarity in the service of the SDGs. In this vein, we confirm that increasing global challenges, conflicts, debt crises, scarcity of national resources hinder the attainment of the 2030 agenda. They require further strengthening of the vital role of UNIDO. Madam President, the Republic of Yemen welcomes the tangible increase in resource mobilization and in the delivery of the TCP in 2023-2024, which reflects the ever-increasing role of UNIDO in support of the attainment of sustainable development and in keeping abreast of developments, particularly in developing countries. We reaffirm that this increase reflects the continuing trust of donors in the organization and its ability to lead sustainable development. In this context, we reiterate that least developed countries, including Yemen, must draw benefit from this positive momentum in addition, increased allocations for technical cooperation, thus strengthening opportunities to benefit from developmental and industrial projects and building national capacities to attain sustainable economic development. Yemen was dealt major losses, including in industrial and in developmental sectors, owing to the war that broke out after the coup by the terrorist Houthi militia, causing the devaluation of our national currency by approximately 180%, in addition to a drop in an increase in prices and a drop in living standards. And a decrease of average income per capita by 60%. Against this backdrop, we need solidarity for economic recovery, to create job opportunities, to encourage innovation, and to enable local communities, particularly women and children. We reiterate that we look forward to strengthening cooperation with UNIDO through active partnerships that restore national activity in support of developmental projects in the industrial sector, agriculture, fisheries, in support of fishermen in the field of renewed and alternative energy, thus improving our chances in recovery and addressing challenges. We reiterate that UNIDO must adopt new policies and mechanisms to implement projects in conflict-afflicted countries, as provided for in the least developed countries ministerial declaration during the meeting held here in Riyadh. We look forward to UNIDO's support in driving economic development through innovative technological solutions in support of industry. Yemen is following with great interest the humanitarian truce agreement reached in Sharm el-Sheikh with the thanks to efforts by Egypt and Qatar and the support of the US and the EU. We underscore that the forces of the Israeli occupation must comply with its terms, and we look forward to a permanent ceasefire that would allow unhindered and secured delivery of aid that puts an end to the suffering of the Palestinian people. We look forward to the realization of the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, the establishment of its independent state, and we stand by a just and comprehensive peace based on the two-state solution, the Arab Peace Initiative, and the UN resolution. We thank all states that recognize the state of Palestine. To conclude, we reaffirm that this conference provides an opportunity to strengthen international solidarity to face common challenges, thus attaining ISID in developing countries and in LDCs. We reaffirm our commitment to work alongside all partners for the attainment of these goals. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So this brings us to the end of the general debate this morning. And so, as it was announced before, we're now going to turn to the side event entitled Empowering Women, Transforming Industry Leadership for a Sustainable Future. And I propose that the closure of this event at 1 p.m. will again mark the end of this morning's plenary session. As was announced earlier, we will consider the two nominations from the Western European and Others group for the posts of vice presidents allocated to states in List B during the 6th plenary meeting this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. And I kindly ask all delegations to be represented at the plenary. You are also all invited to the Orange Hour evening reception commemorating the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and recognizing the achievements and contributions of women in industry, which will take place from 6:45 to 7:45 p.m. at the exhibition stage. I'd also like to inform you that tomorrow from 9 a.m. we'll be looking at the plenary session at the appointment of the external auditor of UNIDO and the elections to the Industrial Development Board and the Programme and Budget Committee. That will start at not at 9:30 but at 9. And I now have the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator, Mr. John Defterios, and the distinguished panelists for this event.
Esteemed guests, welcome again. As we continue our program, I am truly delighted to introduce Mr. John Defterius, a respected global economist, former CNN senior correspondent whose work has shaped international conversations. John will lead our next session, Empowering Women, Transforming Industry, Leadership for a Sustainable Future. Kindly join me in welcoming Mr. John Defterius to the stage.
Sarah, thank you for the kind introduction. I appreciate that. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again, and welcome to this high-level panel discussion, Empowering Women, Transforming Industry, Leadership for Sustainable Future. Today we gather at is what a pivotal moment looks like for gender equality and industrial development. This year marks the 30-plus Beijing, the Beijing Plus 30, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the most comprehensive global blueprint for advancing the rights of women and girls. This was adopted by 189 countries in 1995. It set out transformative measures across 12 critical areas, from education and economic participation to ending violence and promoting leadership. 30 years later, its vision remains as urgent as ever, especially as we navigate the green and digital transitions that will define the future of industry. We will start with two opening keynote remarks, setting the stage for our discussions. Thereafter, we'll hear from high-level panel on women's empowerment as a driver of inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and featuring insights from government representatives, industry leaders, and academia. First, we want to set the framework, of course. Let me welcome back to the stage the Director General of UNIDO, His Excellency Gerd Müller. Mr. Müller, please. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. Today we celebrate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We all condemn any act of violence against women. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning we listened to an inspiring speech by Her Highness Saud al-Shalan. That was really a great opening of the day, Women's Empowerment Day. And over the whole day, we welcome a lot of prominent women as speakers at our interesting side events. You all invited to participation. The equality of men and women is a fundamental human right, of course. And today we are celebrating the empowerment of women and women's central role in the economy and industry. We are marking the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Progress has been made, yes, but not enough. Women represent more than half of humanity. Women carry out a large share of the world's work in the labor market and in households alike, often unpaid, underpaid, or in informal employment. Women own only tenths of global wealth. Across the world, women still too often lack property rights and do not have equal access to credit and savings accounts. Girls and women in many countries do not have equal access to education or to professional opportunities. Far too often they have exposed to violence without protection. This list of disadvantages could go on. All of this is unacceptable and we cannot allow it to continue. What do we stand for? Excellencies. First, equal rights for women and men. Second, equal access to training and education. Third, equal opportunities in the workplace and in professional life. Ladies and gentlemen, chances for women mean transformative potential for communities and the entire economies. Our medium-term program framework and other UNIDO strategy documents set out a clear path. Women and men need the same opportunities for leadership, for equal participation and equal voice and equal benefits from industrialization. We support our member states in developing industrial policies that include women's voices, needs and opportunities. We provide inclusive entrepreneurship programs that help women to access finance, markets, and technology. And we invest in STEAM training and digital skills development for women and girls, preparing them for leadership in the industries of the future. As an organization, we are proud of the progress that we have made in the organization. In 2024, UNIDO met 94 of the UN System-wide Action Plan indicators on gender equality. Nearly 70% of our projects significantly advance gender equality. And our gender mainstreaming results rose from 70% in 2022 to 92% in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the Vision 2030 of our host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has driven remarkable progress in the country. Again, this inspiring speak this morning that was so interesting by Her Highness Saud Al Shalan. That was really great. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are also discussing establishing an International Day of Women in Industry. Our member states have backed this initiative. It would mark a further step to global recognition of women's contribution to development, and it would mean more momentum for inclusive development, more accountability, and be an inspiration for future generations. We want a day that celebrates achievements in women's empowerment, because when women are empowered, economies go stronger, communities and industries become more resilient. So, to conclude, let me use the words of a recent UN Women report. Gender inequality is one of the most pressing challenges of our time, but it also presents a great opportunity to transform societies. Thank you so much.
Director General, for the opening comments, and that sets a very good framework for our discussion, of course. We are all aware, and we had this in our plenary session yesterday, that a green and digital transformation delivers a great deal of promise, but inclusiveness is key here, and this is a great opportunity to revisit the goals of the SDGs. To put it simply, I was thinking about this, one would not undertake a degree for university using half your brain, right? That's certainly the case. How do we foster development by only using half of society and then planning for future generations? SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 9, industry and innovation, are indeed designed to close the gaps, and we're in 2025 with our aspirations for 2030. We have a high-level group to advance our discussions representing UNIDO member states, the public and private sectors. I'd like to come on over here and announce each one of them on stage. We'll have a robust hour conversation, and we definitely would like to open the floor to questions if we certainly have the time. Let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Al-Mari. He is the Assistant Minister for our host ministry, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Great to see him. Ms. Gianna Franjul, the Deputy Minister for Industrial Development, the Ministry of Industry, Trade, MSMEs of the Dominican Republic. Ms. Silvana Pierre-Faria is the Undersecretary for Competitiveness of the Ministry of Production, Foreign Trade, Investments and Fisheries of the state of Ecuador. Good to see you both. Mr. Luca Frattini is the Coordinator for Women, Peace and Security, Youth Peace and Security and Mediation Policies for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy. It's good to see you. Professor Jackie Chan is the Chief Innovation and Research Officer here in Riyadh for the King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. And Ms. Vanusia Nogueira is the Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization. That's quite a lineup. Can we give them a warm welcome all, and please take a seat. Thank you very much. As I noted, I'd like to allow time for questions, so I've asked the panelists, because we're going to try to go 2 to 3 rounds with our discussion here, to keep their interventions to 2 and 2.5 minutes. If I start waving at you, that means I go like this. Be cognizant of the time. I want to remind our guests in the audience that 2 of our speakers will be speaking Spanish. So if you don't speak Spanish, please have your translation devices ready. Dr. Abdullah, it's great to see you. We had a chance to have a very robust conversation coming in to this roundtable, and it's a good opportunity to measure Vision 30 here, 5 years before the completion, right? The first 8 years went very fast, is what I have to say. I was here covering it when it was launched. And one area in particular is women's development, which has come a long way. You have joined that up in Vision 2030 in the ministry to get participation in the workforce and the industrial sector and train youth for the future. Can you give us an update of where we are? I know that you're ahead of the KPIs, as a matter of fact, but give us a scorecard of where you are and the aspirations for an updated Vision 2040 that's likely to come. Please, thanks.
Okay, thank you, John. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here on this panel with this great panelists, and also great to have a complete dedicated day for empowering women. As you stated, John, yes, empowering women in the vision was very clear from day one. It was stated that it should be, KPI, economic KPI, so we can monitor and see where we stand in terms of these things. What's happening actually in the background, in the ground, is really great achievement. In total, we have around 883,000 workforce working in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have about 275,000 Saudis, of which approximately 102,000 are women. So that is translated to about 37% of our workforce in the industrial sector are actually women. Comparing this to several years ago, we had about 16% only participation for women. Now it's up to 37%. We have a pipeline of empowering, women in the sector, and I will give some examples. For example, we are participating in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques scholarship program. We have several female students, like for example, we have 25 female students in one of the tracks, another good number in R&D track in that scholarship. So we are putting all of these young female students into very specific majors, if I may. And then we have also started something called Future Industrials, or in Arabic, صناعيو المستقبل. And we have already reached to up to 50,000 female students, introducing them to the industry and how they can work in these tracks to join the right career path. Also, we are running campaigns from time to time to familiarize our students, young students, female and male, of course, but for female also we engaged about 20,000 female students shifting mindset towards the industry and the mining sector. Also, we are part of leadership and technical programs that we put very specific, clear plans for our leadership, including, of course, the women. So the system is no longer an women, led or lead. It's a design of a system that is around the idea that they are already leading.
Great. Can I ask you a quick follow-up question, because that's very interesting to be looking at future industries, Dr. Amari. When you define future industries, because you want to get those into the curriculums of universities, what are the priority future industries we would say? And I'll bring in our other guests, please.
Excellent. Yeah, I think one of the challenges is the mismatch between the curriculum and what's happening in the field. Introducing new technologies like AI, blockchain, 3D printing, or advanced manufacturing, and a lot of other, technologies. You need the curriculum to be updated quickly in order to catch up with all of these challenges. We notice some of this challenge sometimes, but we work with the institutions, with the academies, and also with the universities, trying to catch up with this and make sure that we are training our employees on the latest technologies.
Great. I think, Professor Ying, I'll come to you later, but maybe you can talk about how it's joined up with the government to get the curriculums into place. Because I always find that there's, in many countries where universities lag behind the demand by the private sector and the government sector for training. I think it's great to have you, Jana Frangul. Sorry for the informality here, but I want to just get the debate going. I wanted to ask you, in the Dominican Republic, the priorities for MSMEs, micro and small and medium-sized enterprises, right, in the country, and why they're so important for industrial development and for gender balance in the economy of the future. In my travels to Latin America and Central America and Africa, you often see women entrepreneurs in the micro space. How do you encourage it in the DR, would you say? Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias, John.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you for the good question. First of all, I would like to greet you all. I'd like to congratulate you. It's good that we have the presence of the DG of UNIDO here today, and also the Director Cecilia. It's a good opportunity to congratulate you on the excellent organization of this event and for having this excellent space for discussion, which we've had over these last 2 days. So congratulations. Now, I can only begin to answer this question by stressing how there's a double significance in having this invitation from UNIDO to take part today, to be able to share with you today some information. Because today we are celebrating we're marking the Day of Elimination of Violence Against Women, which was declared by the UN in 1999. And this was an initiative of my country, the Dominican Republic, where not talking about this is a commemoration. This recalls a historic event of the sisters who resisted oppression and who were killed. And this was a date that marked the history of my country. It was a devastating event. And so we are commemorating that date with action that we need to have on a daily basis. And now, to come back to the question that John put, this is a very important point, because MSMEs do have an important role in our country's economy. Over these last years, we've been positioning ourselves as a leader in the region in different areas. We're now in second place when it comes to tourism in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and also foreign direct investment. We are a leader in the Caribbean here, and in the Central American region too, when it comes to market diversification, exports. We have made significant advances. And here is where we see the important part that the decision makers are playing. All of this growth that we're seeing in our economy, all of this greater presence that we have internationally is being reflected across our different sectors, and specifically in the MSMEs, where we see the importance of gender coming through. So let me mention some of the policies we have in this area. We have 20% of the government purchases, government procurement, is going through the MSMEs. And we have a certification system for women-led MSMEs to give them preferential access within this quota for the MSMEs in government procurement. So we've got procurement orders going specifically to women-led MSMEs. And then we are working, have been for several years now, on a program for women's executive leadership to give women the capacity, the skills they need to be able to integrate into the labor market, but with a specific focus on local manufacturing. We have already been doing this for around 3 years. We've had a large number of women now who've been taking part in the different sectors. And we want to double the amount of women we are reaching, with another 740 women who will be taking part in what is an open process. We have another initiative that I'd briefly mention, which is the study on closing the gender gap in manufacturing. And this will give us a picture of the landscape so that the employers know what are the barriers that women are facing to be able to have their place in the in these sectors. So these are briefly some of the programs that we've been working on at the national level. And that's not to mention also the another initiative led by the President, which is a cross-cutting initiative that will help us to double our GDP, and through cross-cutting measures also ensure that there's gender mainstreaming going on.
Give some thought to the fact that, and I'll come back to you in your next question, that the cultural barriers. Sometimes, are there barriers in Central America or Latin America where women shouldn't be working in industry? Or do they have access to finance through digital banking now? So give it some thought, and I'll come back to you in the next round of questions, because it's in some cultures, women shouldn't be on the manufacturing line, right? So it'd be good to hear your thoughts. Undersecretary Penna-Tijera, I know there's a big push in Ecuador right now to get industrial competitiveness much higher, and you see there's opportunity for high-value employment for women and the next generation of women coming through youth in green and digital transformation. I've always known Ecuador as a country with a lot of natural resources, so it's fascinating to see that you're pushing the agenda in the green and digital space. What are the results of that effort?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting us here to UNIDO. Thank you, John. Director General, it's a pleasure to be here to share with you. Ecuador, indeed, through its government, has been very strongly encouraging the creation of public policies, specifically to strengthen productive sectors. But within those sectors, women play a fundamental role. In our country, for example, in the government of Ecuador, we have high-level positions. More than 40% of those high-level positions are held by women. Within the productive sector, women represent more than 44% of the economically active population of the country, mainly focused in sectors which are strategic for us due to their potential for export. Agro-industry, fisheries, aquaculture, lumber, coffee, cocoa, or some of the biggest exports of certain types of seafood. And within our public policy and within our competitiveness strategy, we have focused our efforts on developing programs and projects to strengthen women's capacities. For example, currently through our law on the purple economy, which is being carried out by the national government, we've established training and leadership programs with training for specific skills for women. And this allows enterprises to receive considerable incentives. They're incentivized to have a greater percentage of women within their economic activity. For instance, the organic law on the purple law establishes incentives for companies such that 140% of that expenditure is deductible from their income tax if there is greater employability for women in different areas. That could be management, administration. And in addition, if within a corporation or an enterprise there are more than 3 people on the board of directors, at least one of those people must be a woman. So that's how we are promoting the participation of women in leadership positions and decision-making positions in our country.
Heard that terminology of purple economy, so that's
Yes.
you learn something new every time you have a chance to participate at a UNIDO forum. Luca Frattina, you're bringing something very different to the rest of our players on the panel today, and that is that link in the Italian foreign policy between women and youth and peace and security, and then the post-conflict environment in some of the countries that we're seeing today, potentially in Ukraine, what we're seeing now in Syria, hopefully in Yemen, and the same thing in Sudan. What's the approach you're taking that allows women to make sure they're not isolated after conflict and they're actually a driver of peace and economic development thereafter? Thanks.
Thank you, John, and good morning to everybody. I'm privileged to be here. I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UNIDO for putting this International Day to combat violence against women at the center of this general conference. I think this is very important.
It is, yeah.
My work, as you rightly mentioned, usually takes place in the context of the agendas called Women, Peace and Security and Youth, Peace and Security. They were born respectively out of UN Security Council resolutions 1325, 25 years ago, and 2250, 10 years ago. So we have a double anniversary, which adds to the 30 years of Beijing. It's a very crucial year. And why am I bringing this perspective at the UNIDO General Conference? Well, the point that I want to make and that Italy strongly believes in is that peace and security have a huge impact on building peaceful and resilient societies, on sustainable development, and of course on the stability and resilience of our future collective progress towards gender equality, which, as everyone knows, in the absence of drastic measures and new policies, it will take 123 years to achieve. So this is very, very worrisome, and I believe that the right approach is to link gender equality to the broader architecture of peace, human rights, and sustainable development.
Did you say 123 years?
That's the global gender gap.
Wow.
It's a lot. But there is evidence that with the right policies, and some of them have been mentioned by other members of this distinguished panel, this progress can be achieved in a much shorter time. And then what you mentioned as well is the connection between youth and women. I think that it is appropriate to say that in most of the countries affected by armed conflict today, And here as well, the statistics are really harsh because we're talking about 56 or 61 active conflicts in the world, depending on the sources. Well, women and youth combined are 80 or 90% of the population. So leaving them out of the decision-making is a no-go. So basically these two agendas, and Italy, through some instruments, including the national action plans on the two agendas, tries to develop this concept that through women's participation and youth participation, which, by the way, must be significant and not only tokenistic, then you achieve results which have a broader impact also on sustainable industrial development.
Excellent. Okay, good. We'll circle back some more in terms of how that feeds into industrialization, Luca, as well, if you don't mind. I think it's excellent. Professor Jackie Yin, you bring expertise from the United States as a professor at MIT, a specialist in engineering and mathematics. And I think it links very nicely to Dr. Abdullah's comments about the future industries, right? And you're here working in Riyadh now. What are the programs you're working at, and where do we get, as a father of two young children, I was always aspiring, how do you get them on the tracks for the future industries? How do you identify for them the opportunities? How do you shape the curricula of a university that wants to go in hyperspeed into AI, hyperspeed into rapid industrialization? What's the advice you give, and what's the perspective you have now from Riyadh?
Sure. It's a pleasure to be here at UNIDO. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've been here for about 2 years, and my experience spanned from the King Faisal Specialist Hospital, where I'm in charge of the research and innovation, to visiting faculty for universities, including KFU PM, and also on the board for the Research Development Innovation Authority. My general observation is that the kingdom is actually very, very supportive of women. So this is something that it's rapidly evolving, and also, the other thing that is very unique about the kingdom is that it really fosters private-public partnerships. Okay, so this is something that is very, very encouraging. But as another observation, I would say that at the educational level, especially junior high and high school level, if you want to encourage more women to go into the STEM area, you really need to make sure that the context is there. For the woman, the context of why you're doing something, what impact it made in the world is really important. So you do see a lot of people more in the bio and the medical area for women, okay? So for our research center, we actually have a lot of female staff. However, how far they go in these different disciplines is another area, and I think we really need to create a more systematic mentorship program.
Could I ask you something? When does that start? I think it'd be good to get your perspective. Is it when children are in grade school and you start exposing young women to the sciences, to the medical fields, to artificial intelligence, to the digital economy? When is it too early in your view, Professor?
Okay, so in many countries like US, like Singapore, they are very well developed in the science and technology, and they push the education agenda so that people start doing experimental work starting in 7th grade. And I think this is really important. When people get to see what research, what science and technology is about, and it's not just about equations, it is really important. You put things in context, and then they need to have many more talks of professionals coming to the schools to tell them, oh, what do we do as an engineer, what do we do as a scientist, or what do we do as a medical doctor. This is critical.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Did you say 2nd or 7th?
7th.
7th grade?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is critical. What I see here is that we do not have sufficient infrastructure for the high school or junior high school level for science curriculum to do extensive experimental work. But on the other hand, we also have Mohiba, which is for the talented students. And there you see a very significant number of women who are really interested. What we need to do is to basically make sure the interest is there from young, okay, and then foster this all the way through. in our research center, although there are many women, many of them do not go on to have master's or PhD. And this is devastating because then they realize that their job titles will be constrained. Okay, to do high-level research, you need to have a PhD, and you need to encourage the woman to do that. I was very fortunate. I have a lot of support from my parents and also from my mentors. So I finished my PhD when I was 25. Now, if you don't do that at an early stage, you end up finishing your PhD in the 30s, and that completely messed up with your other planning, for example, for your family. The women have a biological clock, and this is critical. Yeah, so now we actually seeing a phenomenon, not just in Saudi, but in many countries where the women do not want to get married. They decided that they're going to choose certain things over others. And this is also unfortunate. I really believe that the government, if they want to see the woman do well, they need to make sure that they put in place not only a maternity leave, but also allow people to have part-time employment.
Okay.
This is something that is critical to keep them in the workforce.
Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's I think it's only right. We have the International Coffee Organization based in London, our representatives from Brazil, which has a significant role in the global coffee market. What is the link here, Ms. Nogueira, between the value chain in the coffee industry and where innovation comes into play in the employment from picking to refined production for women and actually the next generation of such? I'm not sure how much time you spent in Riyadh, but they're crazy about coffee here. So the specialty coffee bars now I see are owned and run by women. And it's the same thing in the GCC. They've taken the refinement of coffee to a completely new level. Please.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to be here, to thank UNIDO and also the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this invitation to be here today. I think I can start talking that 30% of the property of the lands in coffee belongs to women, and 70% of the labor that we have in coffee it's from women.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think I can tell you about my personal history, that it's very mixed with all this evolution in coffee. 40 years ago, I decided to leave home to study. I come from a coffee-producing family in Brazil. I'm part of the 5th generation of this coffee-producing family. And when I decided to go out, to go to the university, I was the first woman in my family to go out that was not to get married. I was the first one.
Wow. Were they happy about that or not?
Yes, they were not that happy at that moment, but my parents supported me a lot. And I took 3 degrees, 2 masters, and 1 PhD. And almost 40 years ago, I was the first woman to be elected to be in charge or to lead one international commodity body. That means from all the agro and also the mining sector. I am the first one to get this position. So I'm part of the 12% of leadership, women's leadership worldwide. And what we get that with a lot of resilience, with a lot of work, and with a lot of curiosity and looking for innovation and new technologies. My first degree is exactly in IT engineer. So I think this is the way that we can move the women and the girls, as I always say, to this new approach for coffee and for all the industries that we are talking here. 2 years ago, we launched as ICO the Gender Transformative Tracker that is available in our website, and it's a kind of a guide to go to follow all the steps we can remember our members, our country members, because we are in an intergovernmental organization, to remember our members and also our partners, to never forget the background and the potential that we can have and we can bring to the field, bringing together with the boys also the girls in all the steps of this chain. And talking in nowadays about the new generations, the Z generation and also the new ones, these people are the people, the youth, as Luca already mentioned. These people are all together and they are totally linked between the field until the coffee shops, via the social medias, via the internet. They are all together and they are all linked and they can do many things and they can bring many different, how can I say, many different ideas to all of us. And I think the coffee sector, it's a sector that is taking the advantage to be totally open to these new ideas and to embrace all the girls and women to be together, not alone, but together with you, with the boys and the men, to move forward in this sector.
Great. Okay. We have 20 minutes left for this second round, and we have 6 of us, so we have to be very adherent to the 2-minute rule because I want to take some questions for the floor, and I'll change the order up a little bit here so you don't all have to wait at the far end. You're very patient on that side of it. But Dr. Omari, how do we move towards this digital and green transition where it doesn't become kind of aspirational goals and it becomes part of the national development goals and you hit targets? I don't think KPIs are an issue here in the country, but as Ms. Nogueira was saying, you want to be able to measure it, and you actually have those measurements because data can be captured. How do you pursue this to make it concrete? We know the goals that have been hit already, but how do you go to the next stage where you're crossing the 50% level, and what sort of aspirational timeline are you looking at?
Very good. As I said in the first question, we have about 100,000 women working in the industrial sector.
In the industrial sector itself, exactly. Yeah, because that seems small in relation to the size of the country, okay. And I know that's out to change, right?
Okay, very good. Well, maybe before I answer the first question, I can elaborate on some of the challenges. That's why if you see the number is small. We have about 12,000 factories in Saudi Arabia.
12,000 factories.
Yeah, under the umbrella of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Some of these factories are very, very old, and they were not ready to hire women. So we have to go back to all factories and try to upgrade them, change the facility. For example, there is no restrooms, there is no parking for women, the bus was not assigned for women. So we have to do a lot of infrastructure preparation.
You have to almost start from scratch in some of these
Exactly. In some of these factories, especially the old ones, it was a little bit challenge, but we overcame that challenge. Now, in order to go to the new technologies and the green and all of these things, we have to have the mindset ready that we have the women already participating. They are designing with us the system. It's not just something that we design for them. So they are already involved to design the best way to handle all of these things. And then we engage with the academia to make sure that we have the right, skilling and upskilling. We have big challenge in retraining and upskilling some of our, talents. They have, because of the new technologies.
Men and women, right?
Mainly the women, yes. Yeah. We have to go back and agree with the academia how we can do that in order to reskill and upskill some of these talents.
Very interesting. Just a quick follow-up, if I may. I recently chaired a private roundtable with the National Center for Family Business, And this was an initiative at the Future Investment Initiative, you know, as the Ministry of Investment as well. Do you see that as a sector that is opening to employ more women? Because they represent 62%, I think, of non-oil GDP in the country. They're very, very strong in terms of a role in the economy. Have you given thought to that sector as well, to say they have women in the workforce, but they could be an accelerator of this training program, correct?
Even a family business within private sector. Yeah, of course. We have a lot of interactions with them. They are involved in our, and actually it's part of our industrial strategy. They are major support of that strategy. And we work with them. We have some programs already tailored to address all of these challenges together.
Great. Vice Minister Frangoul, I'd love to talk to you about, and I always get a little bit worried when I ask about public-private partnerships because a lot of people think they don't lead anywhere. I know within this UNIDO community, it's quite different. And actually you see now moving into action. But where do those partnerships come into play in terms of gender equality and employment and empowerment of women and youth?
Wow, great question. Excelente pregunta.
That's all right, you can stay in English.
Excellent question, particularly with its focus on the work that we're doing in Dominican Republic. With the public-private vision that we have, Dominican Republic has an approach based on joint work with shared leadership between public and private sector and academia, representatives of consumers, and, as you said, the importance of international organizations like UNIDO. These are very important in the work that we do. So basically, from the point of view of the manufacturing sector, the local manufacturing sector, which I'll focus on, and increasing access so that women can be present, all of the work, including what I was talking about earlier, is the result of public-private work, a table based on dialogue where decisions are taken based on consensus and discussion, because we have come to realize that a public policy that's worked in the past, something that we've been working on for some time within the state, we realized that there was a very marked division between the person who decides on the public policy, the government, and the sector that carries it out, mainly the private sector. We realized that we need to understand what is happening in the field so that we can create public policies, and in this case, so that we can increase the participation of women. And that's why I was saying that the programs I mentioned earlier are very much based on taking a decision together with the private sector, including industrial unions. We have been working with practically all of the unions across Dominican Republic, and it's incredible to see how now, very different from what we had in the past, now we have unions that are focused on women's leadership. Associations, organizations in Dominican Republic where we see women entrepreneurs, women lawyers who know what the needs are, and they know this from the internal point of view. And this translates to public policies where we work hand in hand with academia in order to work on capacity building and to really look at the approach we use. We feel it's extremely important that since we have a space occupied by a woman, in that situation, we need to understand that this is a door opening to other women. We are creating a path for other women. I always say to my daughter that based on her education, based on her own merits, she can contribute to society tomorrow based on what she already has. She can do this work without any prejudice. She can do it based on the training she has. That's why I very much align myself with what was said earlier by the previous speakers when we heard that we need to do even greater advocacy so that these places of women can be filled based on women's capacity, women's knowledge, not based on quotas. Then we get into regulatory matters, I suppose, but I'll leave that for another time.
If I can, Ms. Noguera, you wanted to talk about partnerships as well and what that means. So we had this analysis from DR, or even collaborating with unions. the private sector. I'm originally from California. You know the startup culture. My view is that if the private sector has a need, that's the best place to go because they'll guide you what they're looking for. How does it work in the coffee industry in terms of what the private sector is suggesting to you?
Well, we have been working a lot together with the private sector. This is very important, and we have right now many roasters and many traders that are supporting these gender new policies, and they are looking for products that are made by women, and also they are supporting in financing the women in production and in all the value chain. So, since we know that in many countries, unfortunately, the women is still with many restrictions about to access to credit, or in many cases, access to the ownership of the land. There are a lot of restrictions for women in many countries. What we are doing as sector is to involve the roasters, the specialty coffee sector, that it's totally open to new ideas, and they are supporting directly the women business to have all the value chain running in a very good way. We have one alliance that it's called the International Women Coffee Alliance. And we work together. They are working together with ICO as well. And we do this kind of new business model to support the women in all the links of the chain, and also to support the basic education and academic and research aspects that in many moments the women need to develop and to increase and to be involved in this sector. This is the way that we are doing.
Great. Mrs. Penajera, you talked about access to finance and markets. It's something I brought up a little bit earlier, and it was raised again here. Sometimes women don't have access as entrepreneurs to start up businesses. What's been the effort in Ecuador to make sure that they have access to the marketplace, but very importantly, finance, and what criteria are the lenders being held to make sure they get that access?
Thank you for this question. So within the framework of our government policy, and as I mentioned before, we do have an organic law on the purple economy, and we have various strategies within this law. One is access to financing, and we call this the purple credit scheme. So this is about giving women access to financing for new entrepreneurship up to $20,000 with a 5-year grace period, so that they can develop their activities or consolidate the activities they already have in different production sectors. Within our economy, primarily, we've got the agro-industry sector. We've also got manufacturing. And thanks to these undertakings, we're now developing sectors which have much bigger export potential than they previously had. Above all, for fruits, for example, the fruit that's export products, along with like the pita, which is seeing much bigger demand. And in one of our specific provinces, we have been working to get more women into textiles, into manufacturing, and this is also helping us to eradicate illiteracy. So the implication, the outcomes of these schemes, the purple credit scheme and so forth, led by the public sector, but also with the support of international cooperation, means that we have skills development programs, capacity building, leadership programs, which have huge potential. And also working with the support of the German government, we have a program on education. So that's what I would mention.
Can we take a leap here and say, where does international cooperation come, for example, with an institution like UNIDO, where you make the link between diplomacy, conflict, economic development, and empowerment? It seems like a lot to put on the table, but you link these things together in your work. And are you seeing, for example, in a post-conflict area where you bring international cooperation to the table and you actually target women and youth to come into the value chain of employment so they don't go wandering off in despair after such a shock?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a battle, the one for gender equality, that nobody can win alone. So international cooperation is fundamental. I would add that there is several layers of cooperation that should be established. One is the intergovernmental cooperation, which is the obvious, but then you have the private sector component, which is highly represented here, and you have the civil society, which is crucially important if you want any policy for gender equality to be successful. So how do you link those components? Domestic response can be what I mentioned previously about the national action plans. Normally they are multi-stakeholder plans where every component of society in one given country gives its contribution towards the same goal. Internationally, you have global platforms such as this, but I can mention several other examples. For example, on women, peace and security, I am a member of a network called the Network of National Focal Points on Women, Peace and Security, where we meet at least twice a year and we exchange best practices, we discuss gaps, and we talk about things that need to be improved, both at the local level and at the international level. And I think this is so important also in terms of disseminating the knowledge.
Great. Can I ask a quick follow-up so I can make it very pertinent to this audience that's in the region? And Dr. Amari knows this very well. In Syria now, the Saudi Arabian government, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, and others from the region are trying to step in, but we see that the private sector is moving in a post-conflict era to make sure it's stabilized, right? There's an opportunity in transition here. What work would you suggest in a country like Syria that's been decimated from what I think is correct, a decade-long war and conflict, some cities absolutely leveled, to make sure that women and that next generation of employees, men, boys and girls, are engaged with quickly because they've lived through such a long period of despair. Some have to be encouraged to move back to the country they had to flee.
Well, I'm not covering Syria directly in my work, but what I know about Syria is it has a very vibrant civil society, very diverse, and with a lot of excellences in terms of higher education and also spirit of initiative, private sector, so on. So I feel that the space for relaunching Syria as a hub in the region are there. The point here is that the international community works together. And in order to do that, there are some divisions that must be overcome. I'm not going into more detail because that might take us very far from the topic. But Syria and other places are typical examples of where a united effort can yield results a lot more than a sum of individual or country efforts coming from different directions.
Great. Thank you very much for addressing it. That was not part of the agenda, but it's real. I mean, now you see money being deployed from a government level, but also the private sector moving in. Before I bring back in Professor Jackie, we want to open the floor to questions. It's a little bit complex, but you know the microphone system probably the better than us on the panel here. You can get into the queue, and then we'll call your number or your country when it comes up. So please go ahead and do that now. And you know, this is a great way to finish our second round, Jackie, in the sense that where should women tap into? What sort of networks need to be there? Research associations and foundations. My daughters are 22 and 20, and I'm quite amazed how fast they network. But if they don't know context, they go into LinkedIn and they say, okay, who went to my university? You know, who's working at the institution? Is it a woman? Oh, bang, I'm going to connect with her. And they do. They have their own way of flowing. How do we need to formalize this to move the needle in gender equity?
Sure. So in our hospital, for example, there's a network for the women researchers, scientists. And I think that's useful to have visibility and to encourage each other, to support each other. That's very important. But I think the most important part that I have learned from my own career is that networking and mentorship, you really have to tap on the men. And I benefited tremendously from that. What I meant by that,
I just didn't quite understand. You have to tap on the shoulders of the men?
No, I think you have to tap on the men because they have to include you. So there are many gentlemen here. I appeal to you. Your organization need to have a systematic way of thinking about networking and mentorship. For example, my mentors at MIT and my PhD mentor, my postdoc mentor, they're all men. And why is that? Because my generation, even in engineering in the US, in the 80s, there was 8-to-1 ratio, men to women in engineering. That's just a reality. Okay, so my generation is a taken. If you just network amongst the women, that network is too small. Okay, so how to basically open up yourself to help networking and mentorship with the woman is critical. And I find that there is a barrier. Sometimes men are afraid of what the woman will say. But the reality is, I benefited tremendously with men who see me as their daughter and what their daughters could have been.
Oh.
Okay? And even now, when you talk to the young woman, I say, go for your PhD. They will say, my father is very supportive, but my mother not quite. And why is that? The society has its certain images about certain things. So I would say the men actually are the one who can really push this. For the public policy standpoint, for example, in the US, they have encouragement when they basically give funding to the small businesses. They have categories for the minority and also for women-owned business. And I think this is really important, to actively reach out to people to give them the kind of help that is needed. Okay. I benefited tremendously when I first came to this kingdom. You will be surprised how many men reached out and say, Jackie, let's do this together. And this is what makes it so possible, including the Ministry of Industry, right? And many good friends here. And this is easier for a person who has somewhat established herself, but it's very difficult for young people. And what we need to do is actively do that for the young people. We also have a very successful youth research program when I was leading the institute in Singapore. We reach out to many young people, including many women. The reality is when the leader is a woman, then the women think, oh, this is totally possible, I can succeed. So those of us who are women in certain fields, we simply have to step up the board to help push that the visibility and making sure that the women as well as the men are all taken care of. And I think these are the kind of things that we need to actively do. So give you an example, the youth research program means every scientist mentor at least 2 students during the school summer holidays, for example. Okay, so you can imagine over a period of time, it becomes tremendously impactful.
Great. I'm going to open the floor again to questions. I see there's some meetings taking place while we're doing this discussion, so let's keep the volume down back there. Any questions from the floor? We have the unusual ability to open the floor, and I want to make sure there's opportunity to ask a question if you want to ask. Please hit the button on your microphone if you'd like to do so. Please, there's a question? Seat number 58, if I may. Please, thank you. Make sure it's a question. You're active, yeah, go ahead.
Me?
Yes. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you, Indeed, this is not a question, rather a small intervention, if you allow me.
We're very short on time, so we have 9 minutes. 2-minute intervention, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I am from the state of Palestine, secretary from the Ministry of Industry. I wished to make a quick intervention to focus on the reality of the Palestinian woman. This discussion highlights opportunities for the development of women, its presence in developmental sectors, trade and industry. However, reality on the ground in Palestine necessitates touching a different dimension. Women being targeted by occupation, being killed, particularly in the Gaza Strip. The percentage of those killed by the occupation surpasses 25%. That is the share of women and children. Therefore, this is yet another dimension that must be highlighted and must be taken into consideration once identifying the outcomes of this conference. These women had a role in entrepreneurship, industry, trade, enterprises, etc. This is one important aspect. Now, when speaking of the reality of the Palestinian woman in industry and other sectors, her participation is quite low compared to participation of women in other sectors. Women in industry do not surpass 30% as opposed to 70% in services. Official ministries have identified and established gender units, in addition to putting in place a methodology for strategic planning, which means that those sectors must include a cross-cutting aspect to gender, that it be integrated in all sectors, that gender, women are included in each and every one of those structures and sectors.
Thank you very much, because it's two really important topics. I think I see that. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm answering the question. Thank you. I'll moderate it, no problem. Luca, if you don't mind addressing this, because I think it's a very valid point that the targeting of women and youth, which actually destroys an economy from recovery. Do you have any insights on that statement here? And perhaps, Dr. Omari, how do you make sure in the manufacturing sectors here that the scopes in the ministry kind of make sure and encourage women in that space? But let's go to Luca first, please.
Yeah, very quickly, I will say that the agendas that I have the honor to work on both stemmed from a situation where women and youth, respectively, were seen as victims of conflict. And so the scope of the resolutions in the early days of the work of the Security Council on them was on protecting youth and women from armed conflict and the violence coming from it. This is still tragically true, not only in Palestine, it is true in so many other contexts. You mentioned Ukraine before, but we could mention Sudan, many other conflicts in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. But the new feature of the international approach through the United Nations to those topics is that now women and youth are also seen as active participants to peace building, conflict prevention, and peacemaking. And there is a direct correlation between involving women and youth in a significant manner and the way that conflicts can be solved and the way that those same layers of the population can be empowered. So I would say the answer to a very great and big question is let's continue involving significantly women and youth in all our peace efforts, and that's the key to achieving sustainable peace.
Good. It's hard to watch in the 21st century of rape and abuse of women during conflict, I have to say. And as a war crime and who gets punished thereafter, it's certainly not an easy solution here to solve. And I think that's what the gentleman from Palestine is saying here, is it's something that's a sore against our society, that's for sure. And watching it, as you said, Luca, in multiple countries around the world today, but in this region, we've had a pretty difficult time in the last 10 years in that space. How do you make that part of the policy that our friend from Palestine was talking about here, within a ministry to say these are sectors that we have to make sure that the female participation or women participation is higher?
Very good. I think there are three angles of this. The first one, within the policy itself, I think it should be clear, stated there, and from top down, that will trigger, acceptance and specific actions from bottom up. So this is the first one. The second is to make sure that you have the right incentives and the right enablers. Because as I said in my previous answer, that means some investment, some modification to some of the, the infrastructure in certain areas. And third one is, for example, in our area, we have focus on 12 sectors. So we should work together with the women to see which sectors are more appropriate.
That's interesting. So to engage with women in society,
exactly,
to say these are the sectors that are our priority.
Correct. We should design that system together.
Very
Not just looking at women only as employees. No.
Well, it's also the thing that I was bringing up earlier. The private sector has a demand, right? And matching that private sector with the government. I'm sure that's probably the similar cases that we see in Dominican Republic and also Ecuador. The Republic of Moldova, please. And I just asked for brevity, of course. We're going to conclude this session in 7 minutes.
I am Nawal al-Sabbagh from the Kingdom of Bahrain. We are speaking of women and empowering women. In order to achieve that goal, first of all, we need to empower young girls at home to
the boy, or we have to make them like equal. Then this small girl will grow up with power, that she is she have the power and she can lead, because she is a leader from the beginning. We have to give her the personality when she is a baby, and this is the main thing. We have to educate the mothers and the society how to grow the small girl to be a leader, and this is very important for me.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I thought you were representing the Republic of Moldova, but the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thanks for the intervention. I think, Jana, Savannah, I'd love to hear from you on this. How do you do it at a young age? I have a couple of firecracker daughters, but I have to give that credit to my wife. There was no question we wanted to empower them, and you get that at an early age. But how do you make that part of society? If anybody else wants to contribute, then we'll wrap up. Thanks.
La verdad que excelente intervención.
That was an excellent intervention. Education is vital. Often we focus on capacity building in terms of women having the tools they need in order to be part of the productive world. But that's why we say that your first school is your home. That's the first training we have. When we work together and when we can recognize that we are equal from a very young age. It's something so simple, things like homework, chores around the house. For example, in countries of Latin America like mine, where we often have assistants at home, the idea was girls do the housework, the boys don't, because we often tend to see things through a very masculine lens or through a very feminine lens. And I think that what was said in that statement is absolutely crucial. We need to have public policies that go hand in hand with education, so that we can see that finally reflected in decision-making spaces. Because according to the data that we've been talking about this entire morning, we see that, yes, women have been taking up more space in industry. We've been taking up more space in productive sectors. But when it comes to leadership, those spaces are still mostly taken up by men. And often, and now I'm speaking on a personal basis, we start to feel that it becomes uncomfortable for the woman to be the one giving the orders in a certain context. If we look at unions, industry, leadership spaces, those spaces are still very much occupied largely by men, and there's a great deal of work still to be done. So thank you very much.
Very good. Silvana, did you want to weigh in on this from your vantage point? I see the women smiling, so we appreciate that intervention. I don't think we have any more time for the floor intervention. I apologize. Silvana, please.
¿Me repites la pregunta?
No, the question was, how do we make sure from the day of birth in childhood that it's encouraged for women to be leading? And what's the cultural context? Say, if you want to use the Ecuadorian aspect of this, how do we make sure that this is kind of the norm in the future?
Gracias.
Thank you. The previous speakers have already given us much inspiration and a lot of context to show us what we could do. And my country, historically, indeed, there has been, like in Dominican Republic, and I'm sure in other Latin American countries, where you have girls and women who are confined to the home in many ways. Now, education in Ecuador is very open, and it is working to incorporate all of these principles of gender equality and inclusion. And so from early childhood, I've seen it with my in my own family, how we're all together. We don't have differences in treatment, and this is what we're incorporating into our public education policies. This idea that you gain your rewards based on your merits, on your contribution to society, based on what you can do as a woman, what we're capable of doing for our country. And so our education system also now is structured in such a way that girls from a very young age can also choose the way they dress at school. So rather than having uniforms imposed and not allowing trousers to be worn, for example, now we've got a lot more balance, a lot more possibility for people to be authentic, to reflect their individual without differences between men and women. So we're advancing here.
We have 2 more minutes. Luca, you had your hand up, and if you want, Venusia or Jackie, final comments in 30 seconds. I just want to make sure we have balance here. Go ahead, Luca, please.
I'll take my 30 seconds. We've spoken about participation of women. We've spoken about protection from violence. I want to mention prevention. So it's very important that we disseminate a culture of peace and inclusion. And this must be done at every level, from kindergarten to junior to higher education. And I think there's a big role to play. It may sound obvious, but if femicides still happen, if women still get killed in conflict and so on, it means that there is a lot of work to do, and prevention is crucial.
Good. It's again, this is the second time in curriculums. It should be introduced in society earlier, right? Jackie, Vanessa, please. Venusia.
I think we all raised in families that can be very different. My father really wanted the first child to be a boy. The Asians are very much like the Arabs, and I was the firstborn. So they brought me up, if you look at my pictures when I was young, with short haircut, dressing in pants, you know. So there were a lot of things. When I was older, I asked my father, what is it that a girl cannot do that a boy can do? I say, I can actually give birth, the boys cannot. So one thing that is very critical is this. The society always asks for equal rights, which is important, but God has made the man and woman different. We simply have certain responsibility of childbearing, etc. So the society have to try to level the playing field for people who are going through that stage. That is the only way, I think, that people will have a very successful career and at the same time balancing the family. And that is critical because for the men, we are now seeing more and more marriages break up in different parts of the world, including here, right? If we don't try to make that possible, for the woman to fulfill her aspiration while basically also taking care of the family, it will be very, very difficult. And we shouldn't repeat all the mistakes that the West has already seen. We should think of much better ways to solve this problem. Thank you.
Very good. I could talk to you about having lived in the region for 10 years. This is a leadership in Saudi Arabia and the UAE in particular that have encouraged women to go get advanced degrees and then get married, and the man's just not used to having that much, the woman having that much power and authority, right? So it takes time for these things to settle in. Banusia, please, very quickly.
Yes. I come from a family that we are in 40 cousins, 34 boys and 6 girls. And then you can see the predominancy that I have since I was born. And I have a dream. I have a dream that in some moment in the near future, we cannot need to have a specific day to talk about gender.
Yes, that's a good dream.
I have a dream that to be the first woman to be in charge of one international commodity body will not be a notice, will not be a news for everybody. This will be quite common. And I think this will be the day that we will really achieve our objectives.
Great. I wanted to thank the organizers for this fantastic panel, by the way. Really great interventions. We appreciate the questions from the floor. I'm sorry, because we were just out of time. We should have allowed a little bit more floor questions, but on the first round, nobody raised their hand. I know how that works. Then they come in a little bit later, but we could have gone another 35, 40 minutes with this discussion. So thanks for UNIDO for putting this together in this division. Cecilia, your team's great, so thank you very much. And thank you for your interventions and taking the questions as well. We have a really good session at 4 p.m. this afternoon in gender parity again in the empowerment stage if people want to participate. Can we give a nice round of applause to our audience? And thank you very much again. Really nice. Nicely done. Thank you. Thanks. Nice to meet you. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you. Nicely done. Thanks, Luke. Really nice. Excellent. Thanks, Professor. Thank you. Thanks. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Nice excellent. To meet you. Yeah, my pleasure.
شرفت معك. شرفت. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Gerd Miller, for such a thoughtful, engaging discussion. Thank you all to our panelists for your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome you to the lunch break, followed by the UNIDO general debate at 2:30, and then we will reconvene at the exact 4:30 for the rest of the program. Thank you once again. Welcome your lunch.
Good afternoon. I declare open the 6th plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference being held as the Global Industry Summit 2025. The general debate will open until 4:30 p.m., at which point we will adjourn the plenary meeting to make place for two events taking place in this room, namely Empowering the Next Generation, Women Leading Saudi Arabia's Future from 4:30 to 5:30, and Mobilizing Recognition of Women in Industry, the Next Step from 5:30 to 6:30. I also encourage all delegates to take full advantage of the rich program of engagements planned for the day. Furthermore, the third meeting of the main committee will take place from 4 to 7 p.m. this afternoon in the main committee hall to advance deliberations on the outstanding draft resolution on circular economy for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development submitted by Armenia, Mexico, and the Philippines. Under Agenda Item 2, Election of Officers, I understand that consultations are still ongoing among delegates. I therefore propose that we allow these deliberations to run their course. We will return to this matter at a later stage. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Mr. Asad Alam Siam, Foreign Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, good afternoon. Let me begin by congratulating you and your election as President. My delegation assures you of our full support. I also thank you, the outgoing President, Her Excellency Ambassador Deborah Lepre, and the members of our Board. I congratulate Dr. Gerd Muller for his reappointment as DG of UNIDO and the government of Saudi Arabia for successfully hosting this General Conference. Mr. President, Bangladesh fully associates with the statement of the Group of 77 and China. I will, however, add a few remarks in my national capacity. At the outset, let me briefly update you about the industrial development of Bangladesh in recent years. The contribution of our industry in our GDP is around 34%. By 2031, we aspire to raise industry's share to 40%, transforming our economy from agriculture to manufacturing. In the context of the post-LDC graduation in 2026, our draft industrial policy includes 3 targets. First, socio-economic development through inclusive growth by green and sustainable industrialization. Second, to increase industry's GDP share through improving skill, productivity, and employment. And third, capacity building of public and private sectors by adopting changing technology and 4IR. Meeting SDG targets and journey to LDC graduation also have challenges. Climate change, inadequate access to market and technology, unwillingness to pay fair prices, less focus on capacity, multifaceted supply chain disruptions, all these obstruct smooth industrial elevation. To respond, we are working with UNIDO and partners to strengthen the competitiveness of our industries and diversify our export base. Mr. President, UNIDO is helping us to develop a national strategy for climate neutral transition of our textile and garment sectors. This will help us comply with international regulations, enhance competitiveness, and secure the livelihoods of millions of workers. New sectors like leather, plastics, agro-food, halal meat, and light engineering, which have a strong potential to generate jobs, are also being assisted. We commend UNIDO projects with Pran Agro-Processing to train the grassroots farmers and double the national dairy production. UNIDO's experience in post-harvest management in the Asia-Pacific is helping us to reduce post-harvest losses in Bangladesh. Global market access and attaining ethical price are major challenges that we face in our journey to further industrialization. Too high tariff, too many non-tariff barriers, and market prerequisites in the export destination dwarf our ability to climb up the manufacturing ladder. The rise of new protectionism in the guise of preconditions hampers our industrial growth and job creation. Through you, Mr. President, we urge the destination countries to be more fair and accommodative. Access to technology is yet another challenge which obstacles our industrial transformation. Knowledge and technology sharing should be more democratic and decentralized, without which, Mr. President, the job creation or universal poverty reduction would be a distant dream. We therefore strongly emphasize on international framework for technology transfer and knowledge sharing. With continued support from UNIDO, we can make this happen. Mr. President, we appreciate UNIDO's cooperation with the member states to promote environmental sustainability, climate resilience, energy efficiency, and waste management. In that regard, we commend UNIDO for initiating a project on sustainable plastic use and marine litter prevention in Bangladesh. We encourage UNIDO to support member states and industries to adopt energy-efficient manufacturing. Madam President, this is why we consider UNIDO as a partner of the Global South. We underscore the importance of strengthening UNIDO's capabilities and fund to deliver its unique mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. I would like to reaffirm our full commitment and support to UNIDO to that goal and look forward to continuing an effective cooperation with UNIDO. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Mr. Dimitri Nikalayenia, Counselor of the Directorate General for Multilateral Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of the Republic of Belarus is grateful to the Director General of UNIDO, Gerd Müller, and the Secretariat for preparing the yearly reports and their ongoing efforts to enhance UNIDO's role as key in international cooperation in industrial development. Today, given instability in global economies, the rise of technological divides, and new challenges to sustainable development means that UNIDO's role is more important than ever. The organization is a universal platform where states can exchange experience, coordinate, and seek solutions together for inclusive, sustainable, and state-of-the-art growth. Belarus highly values the outcomes of UNIDO's work reflected in the yearly reports of 2023-24. We welcome the efforts of the organization to ensure that priorities in its work be fully in line with the interests and needs of member states. We are pleased to note the growth of technical cooperation projects and the active development of thrusts having to do with digitalization, energy efficiency, and green technologies, broadening the donor base and partnerships reiterate member state trusts in UNIDO. We note the organization's contribution to the HLPF headed by ECOSOC. We support the leadership of the organization's approach to cooperation with regional alliances. We are pleased to note UNIDO's participation in the Eurosec Forum, which happened in Minsk in Belarus in June of this year. There were digital solutions for industry presented during the forum. These were of great interest and made a practical contribution to increasing the competitive edge of companies. We welcome the establishment of the Center for Industrial Competencies for BRICS countries. We also hail the broadening cooperation with UNIDO and MIX countries, middle-income countries. These group of countries play a key role in global industrialization and would like a swift resumption of strategic partnership between UNIDO and these countries and stand ready to participate in this, providing our skill when it comes to digitalization, smart manufacturing, and building human capital. Belarus's cooperation with UNIDO continues to gain ground. There are projects in the environment, energy efficiency, and digital transformation. Of particular importance is the establishment of eco-industrial parks. This is a project that we hope to see launched in the near future. Madam President, Belarus is very sure that sustainable industrial growth requires all categories of countries and the principles of mutual respect, equality, and non-discrimination. UNIDO for us is a key mechanism bringing together states around common goals and practical solutions for the industry of the future. In this regard, we welcome Saudi Arabia's initiative to conduct the Global Industry Summit during this general conference. We're convinced that said forum will be an important contribution to bolstering cooperation between states, business, and the scientific community. The delegation of Belarus is sure that the decisions made in Riyadh will breathe new life into UNIDO's activities and ratchet up its role in ensuring sustainable, fair, and technological development for all. Belarus stands ready to continue actively participating in UNIDO's activities and cooperating with its member states in a spirit of mutual support and constructive cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Her Excellency Mrs. Nina Vaskunlahti, Permanent Representative of Finland to UNIDO.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Finland fully aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, and I will make few remarks in my national capacity. Firstly, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the General Conference here in Riyadh and for their hospitality. I would also like to congratulate Director General Gerd Müller on his reappointment and wish him the best of luck for the next 2 years to come. Madam Chair, for Finland, UNIDO is a valuable forum for multilateral cooperation as it brings together countries to jointly tackle the challenges of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We believe that development policy should be based on key values such as human rights, equality, democracy, and the rule of law. UNIDO's commitment to public-private development partnerships allows us to draw on companies' expertise to the benefit of all involved. This approach is strong in the current project Finland is funding to strengthen sustainable, inclusive, and circular value chains in India and Ecuador. We thank UNIDO for active engagement in Ukraine for the country's green industrial recovery. Finland's support to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders is unwavering. Chair, circular economy is a priority of Finland within UNIDO's work. We welcome the tabled resolution on circular economy. Finland has also decided to joined yesterday, the Global Alliance for Responsible and Green Minerals. Finland believes in broad-based cooperation and high environmental, social, and governance standards in building critical mineral value chains. We are a fair partner for mineral-rich countries in developing the mining sector value chain. Circular economy and minerals are interlinked. Circular economy is not only an environmental solution, but a strategic economic transformation that supports sustainable growth, resilience, and competitiveness. This is especially true regarding circularity of critical raw materials. Chair, Finland warmly welcomes the resolution on gender equality and the empowerment of women in industrial development, tabled by Norway and Mexico. We commend the co-sponsors for their hard work and constructive approach. We also look forward to celebrating the International Day for Women in Industry, which this resolution declares. Finland continues to advance gender equality through its foreign policy, including development policy. Gender equality must remain a priority across UNIDO's programs, partnerships, and projects. To ensure this, the Division of Gender Equality and Empowerment of Women must have a sufficient and predictable funding from UNIDO's regular budgets. We also encourage UNIDO to do more to raise gender parity within the organization and to increase the share of women in senior positions. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Annika Ben David, Permanent Representative of Sweden to UNIDO.
Madam President, let me begin by expressing Sweden's appreciation for the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for generously hosting this general conference and elevating it to the Global Industrial Summit. We also welcome the Riyadh Declaration to be adopted on Thursday, which emphasizes our shared commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And Sweden aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union. And then I would like to add the following in our national capacity. Madam President, as a top donor, Sweden's support to UNIDO is anchored in our development cooperation objective to improve living conditions for people living in poverty and in oppression. The government of Sweden is currently undertaking a comprehensive reform of our international development assistance through an overarching policy, development assistance for a new era, freedom, empowerment, and sustainable growth. This new policy emphasizes a long-term perspective, transparency, and effectiveness to better address the multiple global challenges ahead. No country can be lifted out of poverty through aid alone. Trade and investments are essential for development, a demand voiced strongly by partner countries themselves. One of the key priorities of the Swedish government's new development assistance strategy is therefore to strengthen synergies between development cooperation, trade policy, and trade promotion. UNIDO has been a valued implementing partner to us in these synergy projects, facilitating engagement of Swedish companies in development cooperation. Swedish companies offer high technology solutions and know-how. They are at the forefront of quality and of sustainability, and they are in demand in our partner countries. And with UNIDO as our implementing partner, aid and trade can go hand in hand to address developmental challenges and promote green and digital transitions in our partner countries. We do welcome UNIDO's continued focus on sustainable supply chains, the green transition, food security, and access to fossil-free energy. These priorities are essential to achieving the 2030 agenda. UNIDO has a key role to play in accelerating progress through innovation, capacity building, and partnerships. Madam Presidente, as I said, Sweden is one of UNIDO's largest donors. We value UNIDO's technical assistance and capacity building efforts in the field, and we support UNIDO's work with the private sector, including through initiatives such as Lead It. Another example is the Energy Efficiency for Sustainable Livelihoods in Africa program, funded by Sweden, which aims to drive sustainable economic growth through energy efficiency solutions and technology cooperation across Africa. And we do encourage other member states to join this program. Now, climate change is obviously a defining challenge of our time. Sweden supports UNIDO's climate strategy and encourages further integration of climate and environmental considerations across activities, all activities. We also commend UNIDO's role in the Vienna Energy Forum. And then, naturally, we emphasize gender equality and women's enjoyment of human rights as a critical element in UNIDO's work. Empowering women in industry is essential to achieving the SDGs and to unlocking the full potential of industrial transformation and innovation. We urge UNIDO to continue its efforts to mainstream gender equality across all its programs and to ensure sex disaggregated data collection. We also encourage continued efforts to achieve gender parity at senior management positions. Madam President, Sweden welcomes the Secretary-General's UN80 reform initiative. We want to see a relevant, coordinated and effective UN system, delivering tangible results at country level. And in this vein, Sweden supports UNIDO's reform efforts with a focus on cost effectiveness, transparency and results. We encourage strengthened oversight, evaluation and accountability mechanisms. And finally, Sweden also strongly welcomes UNIDO's support for Ukraine's industrial recovery and reconstruction. Support for Ukraine is the Swedish government's top foreign policy priority. Sweden's commitment to Ukraine's security, sovereignty and territorial integrity remains unchanged. Madam President, before concluding, let me reiterate our congratulations to Director General Gerd Müller on his reappointment. We thank the Director General and all UNIDO staff for their important work and look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Ahora invito a tomar la palabra a Su Excelencia.
I now invite His Excellency Javier Enrique Caraballo Salazar, Permanent Representative of Panama for UNIDO, to take the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Republic of Panama, allow me to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khurayev, Minister for Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for being elected to chair of this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference here in Riyadh. We would also like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their hospitality and for organizing this excellent conference. Panama would also like to congratulate Mr. Gerd Müller for his re-election as Director General of UNIDO and notes his report. We recognize his leadership when it comes to modernizing the organization, and we reiterate our support for his management role. We would also like to note the medium-term program framework 2026-2029 and the program and budgets for 2026-2027. We recognize the effort made in ensuring responsible budgeting and in strengthening administrative efficiency. However, we underscore that this should not result in a reduction in technical cooperation for middle-income and developing countries. We reiterate the importance of mobilizing additional resources, strengthening regional trust funds, including those of Latin America and the Caribbean, and exploring innovative funding mechanisms for industrial transition. Panama is concerned about an international context marked by geopolitical tensions, the growing impact of climate change, and unequal access to finance, technology, and production capacities. In this context, UNIDO plays a crucial role in the promotion of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Madam Chair, our country has a small and open economy based on services, logistics, and activities linked to the Panama Canal, port infrastructure, airport infrastructure, and free trade zones. This position places us at the heart of global supply chains, but also makes us vulnerable to the effects of climate change and to new demands for decarbonizing from international markets. On this basis, our industrial productive development policies and our cooperation with UNIDO seek to consolidate Panama as a resilient supply chain hub, which is also low emission, supported by a clean economy, circular economy, innovation, and digitization. Our commitment is based on a structural fact, which is that Panama is a carbon negative country. Our carbon absorption exceeds carbon emissions, and we have forest cover of over 60% of the country. In this context, we've created a roadmap for Panama national carbon markets made by the Ministry of the Environment. The goal is to have a functioning market aligned with the Paris Accords and with a focus on the cooperative approach of Article 6 in this instrument, seeking to reduce our emissions, contributing to complying with our nationally determined contributions and our development strategies for low emissions. Our national carbon market is based around 3 pillars: the Reduce Your Carbon Footprint programme as our key source of demand, our national emission compensation system as a registry and certification mechanism, and the Panama Carbon Exchange, which is a platform where we will negotiate national emission reduction units and other certified credits. We hope that this market works to the highest standards of environmental integrity, generating benefits for communities, and that it can be reliably connected to international markets. Madam Chair, our sustainable industrialization approach goes hand in hand with clean energy policy, the circular economy, and productive digitization. Panama promotes the use of renewable energy sources in industry and has a green hydrogen strategy for heavy transport and industrial uses, and also grants incentives for recycling and clean energy generation. At the same time, we are moving forward with the digitization of our logistics and industrial supply chains, incorporating new technology solutions, including but not limited to automated systems, AI, into the Internet of Things, and traceability for greater efficiency and to reduce emissions. Gender equality and the economic empowerment of women are another crucial pillar of our activities. The Women Exports Programme leads technical cooperation led by the Ministry of Trade and Industry with UNDP, has strengthened competitiveness and women-led industries through capacity building and advisory services for markets, generating jobs and diversifying our export offer. At an institutional level, Panama places great importance on having a UNIDO that is transparent, efficient, and results-based. We support the strengthening of the regional office in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as strengthening South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in spheres such as the circular economy, carbon markets, and training human capital. To conclude, we would like to reiterate Panama's commitment to multilateralism, to the Charter of the United Nations, and to UNIDO's mandate to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Panama supports with a constructive spirit, the work of this conference, and will continue working along with members of UNIDO so that industry, climate action, and the carbon markets become true drivers of development for our people. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Drissa Coulibaly, Ambassador of Côte d'Ivoire to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. First, on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, the President of Côte d'Ivoire, warmly thank the government of Saudi Arabia for the outstanding organization of this 21st GC. Madam, my delegation welcomes the priorities given in the agenda, in particular digital transition, climate change, agro-industry, food security, and food supply chains that are resilient. These are fully in step with our national development strategy. Their priorities are to be found in the National Development Plan and are based on inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Indeed, with the leadership of our President, Mr. Ouattara, industrialization has been made the core of our economic and social transformation. In this manner, through the plan I spoke of earlier, totaling $84.4 million USD, our country has resolutely committed to diversifying its economy, adding local value, and updating production systems. This is a strategic framework which bears witness to Côte d'Ivoire's clear determination to move into the middle income category of countries through optimizing its resource use. In this way, we are carrying out far-reaching industrialization based on prioritizing certain sectors such as agro-industry, construction materials, furnitures, packaging, vehicles, and spare parts manufacturing, to name a few. All of these are local levers, resources, ways to increase the competitive nature of our businesses, and adding local, regional, and finally global value. Thanks to the efforts of the government, since 2011, the country has seen remarkable growth. GDP growth has gone from 6.6 in 2011, should go to 6.5% in 2027. Furthermore, industry's part of GDP continues to grow, which shows that we are doing the right thing nationally for production. Madam Vice President, UNIDO Côte d'Ivoire cooperation has, since 1976, played a key role in the industrial transformation of our country. UNIDO has provided backing to my country, strategically speaking, building institutional capacity, modernizing our industry, and providing targeted technical support. This cooperation has been scaled up recently, particularly through modernizing value chain, for Industry 4.0, energy transition, and mobility, in particular through the Country Partnership Program for 2025-2026. This bears witness to the harmonization of our priorities and the third decade of industrialization in Africa. President Ouattara has been a champion of sustainable and inclusive industrialization in Africa. It is such that my country has committed to preparing for the fourth decade, which will be based on green industrialization as well as digital and inclusive transformation. We have priorities that include speeding up the green transformation, strengthening regional integration of value chains, making technology core of all of these efforts. So as to do these things, it is important to ensure consistency in public policy, strengthen regional cooperation, and that between states and public and private partnerships. Also, there must be a mobilization of public and private investment. We would also like to see green industrialization based on energy transition and the sound management of natural resources. We intend to move towards a circular economy and to invest more in human capital. UNIDO, through effective support, technically and professionally speaking, has already contributed to ensure that industry is well supplied. All of this will be shored up in the near future. Madam Vice President, we fully support UNIDO's strategy for Africa. It is perfectly aligned with our national priorities. Africa's industrialization is a strategic and essential need for economic independence as well as prosperity and social stability. on the threshold of the fourth industrial decade for Africa, we must capitalize UNIDO's support while also understanding that much remains to be done. Greater resource mobilization, for an example, and mobilization of UNIDO partners, such that Africa can fully tap its potential. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And now I give the floor to Mr. Adil Khan, Deputy Permanent Representative of Pakistan to UNIDO.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to take floor at the Global Industrial Summit and 21st General Conference of UNIDO on behalf of the government and people of Pakistan. At the outset, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a nation whose leadership continues to champion transformation, innovation, and new horizons for industrial growth across our region, and also for its generous hospitality, excellent arrangements, and to UNIDO for convening this important gathering at a time when the world is seeking renewed pathways to sustainable industrial transformation. Madam Vice President, at the outset, we would also like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khoraief, Minister for Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia, and his Bureau on their election, and would also like to thank the outgoing chair, Her Excellency Deborah Lepre, and her Bureau for successfully steering the previous conference. Madam President, I would also like to extend our heartfelt felicitations to the Director General Mueller on his re-election and assure him of our full support during his second tenure. Madam Vice President, Pakistan aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. We commend UNIDO for its enduring commitment to fostering inclusive and sustainable industrial development as the organization enters a new phase of implementation under its medium-term program framework. We also acknowledge UNIDO's growing role in driving innovation, industrial competitiveness, and climate-resilient growth in developing countries. In Pakistan, industrial development remains central to our national agenda for sustainable economic transformation. Guided by Vision 2050, Uran Pakistan, and National Industrial Policy, our government is pursuing structural reforms aimed at enhancing industrial productivity, promoting local value addition, and supporting the transition towards a green and digital economy. To the establishment of specialized economic zone under China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and the development of industrial clusters across key manufacturing sectors, we are strengthening regional connectivity, fostering investment, and promoting technology-driven industrialization. Madam Vice President, Pakistan has been privileged to partner with UNIDO on a wide range of technical cooperation projects. These include initiatives on cleaner production, energy efficiency, quality infrastructure, and empowerment of small and medium-sized enterprises. We particularly appreciate UNIDO's support for Pakistan's leather textile, MSME, agro-industry sector, and for advancing industrial resource efficiency aligned with Sustainable Development Goal number 9. Madam Vice President, Pakistan and UNIDO successfully completed Pakistan's country program 2018-2024 and have agreed on a country partnership program 2025-2030. In this program, we aim to further enhance our industrial growth with focus on industrial decarbonization, renewable energy integration, and circular economy models. This reflects Pakistan's determination to achieve green growth and environment sustainability. Madam Vice President, we gather at a moment when the global industrial landscape is being reshaped by profound shifts, digitalization, and automation. Restructuring the global value chains, the challenges of climate change, and persistent inequalities in the industrial capacity between developed and the developing nations. Developing countries continue to face significant challenges in building competitive industrial capacity in the face of global economic volatility, technological disruptions, and climate pressure. We therefore call upon UNIDO and development partners to intensify this support for technology transfer, capacity development, and industrial finance with particular attention to countries in special situations. South-South, North-South, and triangular cooperation remain vital instruments for sharing knowledge, technology, and innovation. Pakistan actively supports UNIDO's efforts in strengthening this partnership and stands ready to contribute to joint initiative for regional and inter-regional industrial development. Madam Vice President, as the General Conference deliberates on UNIDO's future direction, we reiterate that in order to achieve true industrial transformation, developing countries require greater access to cutting-edge technology, concessional green financing, and equitable partnerships. We cannot transition towards climate-aligned industry if advanced green technologies remain cost-prohibitive or restrictive by intellectual property rights. Madam Vice President, Pakistan reaffirms its steadfast support to the organization's mandate and the role within UN development system. We support Director General's vision of industry for development with continued focus on inclusive and sustainable industrial development, digital transformation, and the integration of climate-resilient sustainability principles across industrial sectors. Moreover, we believe that agro-industry can ensure food security, which is a key priority for Pakistan. Madam Vice President, developing countries rely significantly on agro-industry. This is a particular niche where developing countries have comparative advantage, which could be translated into economic growth. Moreover, agro-industry is a fundamental pillar of food security, which caters for the growing population of the developing world. Madam Vice President, we therefore call on DG UNIDO to formulate a comprehensive initiative, Industry for Food Security, under which UNIDO consolidates its efforts towards achieving global food security. In conclusion, Pakistan envisions an industrial future that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, one that creates jobs, empowers youth and women, and safeguards our environment. We remain committed to working with all member states and partners under UNIDO's leadership to realize the shared vision of prosperity and sustainability for all. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Federico Manuel Silva Cardoso, Ambassador of Angola to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Madam President, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great satisfaction that Angola participates in this 21st General Conference of UNIDO, an important forum for debate and consensus building on the future of inclusive and sustainable industrialization at the global level. Allow me to begin by congratulating the UNIDO Secretariat for organizing this event and acknowledging this institution's ongoing dedication to industrial development of our countries. I also wish to convey my deep gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement provided, which undoubtedly will contribute to the success of this conference. Madam President, the Republic of Angola aligns itself with the statements delivered by the African Group and by the Group of 77 and China. In addition, I'd like to highlight some elements related to our national priorities and capacities. Today, more than ever, industrialization represents the only sustainable path for African countries to achieve economic resilience and transformation. We can no longer depend on the export of raw materials. For Angola, industrialization means massive job creation for our youth, value addition to our natural resources, the fight against structural poverty, and genuine economic diversification. It is the surest way to achieve the sustainable development goals and to consolidate social stability. Angola welcomes and fully supports UNIDO's strategic initiatives, especially when they are focused on consolidating our productive sovereignty, and industrial competitiveness, as well as when they signify a greener, more digital and inclusive industrialization. We reaffirm our strong commitment to deepening cooperation with UNIDO. The government of Angola is ready to move forward with the signing of the Program for Country Partnership, which will serve as a catalytic instrument to mobilize investment and technical expertise for the key sectors of our economy. Angola is not waiting. We are acting with determination and create an enabling environment for sustainable and inclusive industrial growth in the following ways. With implementation of PRODESI, Support Program for National Production, our national master plan to stimulate domestic production and replace imports of certain strategic goods through direct incentives and facilities. By improving the business environment for which we have adopted legislation that simplifies private investment and offers strong tax incentives, particularly in our special economic zones and industrial hubs. In green industry and skills development, in which we are promoting the energy transition in the industrial sector, leveraging our vast renewable resources. At the same time, we are investing heavily in technical and vocational training to equip our workforce with the Industry 4.0 skills. In regional development, where we are encouraging the geographical dispersion of industrial activity, fostering balanced growth across all provinces. We do believe that the industrialization of developing countries is not merely a national goal. It is a global challenge that requires coordination, innovation, and joint investment. Angola is doing its part. We are implementing structural reforms and ambitious projects that pave the way for industrial transformation, regional integration, and sustainable progress. In this regard, we invite UNIDO, partners countries, and private investors to join us on this shared journey of transforming our economy with mutual benefits. Angola stands ready, open, resilient, and determined to become a dynamic industrial hub in Southern Africa. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. James Monazar, Minister of Industry and Commerce of Haiti.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Haiti would like to thank the President, Mr. Banda Al-Quayev, the Minister of Resources and Mining, for his excellent steering of this work. We would also like to thank all the other members of the Bureau. The Republic of Haiti welcomes the holding of this 21st UNIDO GC in Riyadh. On behalf of my delegation and my staff, I would like to thank the government and people of Saudi Arabia for their warm welcome, hospitality, and high-quality organization. I'd I'd also like to extend a very heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Haitian government to the Director General of UNIDO and congratulate him on his reappointment. We hail the outstanding work he has accomplished over the past 4 years. We urge him to continue in his post and with his efforts unstintingly to ensure that LDCs can graduate and become part of the group of countries enjoying effective industrialization and modernization, based on the example of other countries who have already graduated from the LDC category. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this 21st GC investment and partnership to accelerate the attainment of the SDGs and industrialization, as well as other agenda topics, are a one-of-a-kind opportunity to think together about how industry can be sustainable, inclusive, and truly transform our economies through women, youth, and the mobilization of resources. These topics exactly reflect the priorities of Haiti. In spite of the difficulties faced by our country, the Haitian government is firmly committed to industrial development that is lasting and inclusive. We are very sure that industry can be a driver in the economy. It can create jobs and improve the lives of our people. Haiti is seeing significant limitations, such as weak industrialization, significant dependence on imports, limited infrastructure in energy, infrastructure, and transportation, restricted access to financing for manufacturing and technologies, vulnerability to climate change, and a difficult security context, which is difficult for the economy, as well as an unstable political environment. All of these things have reduced our ability to create local added value and to integrate into regional and international value chains. However, we have taken action. In spite of the difficulties faced, we have done what we could, first and foremost, in reforming our laws through new customs laws, as well as the investment code and related legal tools to combat corruption. It may seem that we have fallen far behind, but we support light and flexible industrialization based on textile, agricultural processing, and an SME economy through digital and technology transformation, modular constructions, and renewable energies. This is our model, but we will need our partners to speed up digitalization, agricultural innovation, resilient technologies, and technical training that is targeted, as well as knowledge transfer and setting up mixed incubators with local and foreign funds and binational startups, updating logistics and infrastructure, and providing access to investment funds. This being the case, an industrial investment fund for SMEs will be a significant lever to support transformative projects. We believe deeply in the importance of partnerships, public-private partnerships, to facilitate local manufacturing, bilateral and multilateral partnerships for technical assistance, and balanced and supportive exchanges. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, I reiterate Haiti's firm commitment to working with UNIDO and development institutions and member states to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, develop transformative projects, strengthen technical and financial cooperation, and achieve the Doha Action Program objectives. We will take active part in all discussions, share our experience, and build concrete partnerships for resilient, inclusive, and prosperous industrialization. It is together that we can build a future where industry and trade flourish. In so doing, we will contribute to the attainment of the SDGs. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Patarat Hongtong, Permanent Representative of Thailand to UNIDO.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Thailand aligns itself with the statements of the Group of 77 and China and wishes to add the following remarks in its national capacity. Madam Vice President, Thailand appreciates the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference. This General Conference takes place at a time when the global challenges continue to impede the progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals and the inclusive and sustainable industrial development, particularly among the developing countries. In this context, Thailand commends UNIDO for its steadfast leadership. The organization's vision, Progress by Innovation, its sharpened thematic focus, and its commitment to delivering the high-impact contribution, particularly in ending the hunger, climate action, and sustainable supply chains, is both timely and essential. While we acknowledge this UNIDO vision and its success in mobilizing funds and the increasing in technical delivery, it is imperative that the organization now focuses on turning the strategies and projects delivery into tangible outcomes. In this regard, Thailand wishes to highlight two specific priorities for the future. First, we welcome UNIDO's expanding engagement with the private sector and encouraging a strategic shift from the donor-based model to a co-investment approach. Prioritizing the bankable project and utilizing blended finance will allow UNIDO to attract a larger scale capital necessary to scale up initiatives and deliver the tangible economic and social benefits. Second, we also look forward to reporting that move beyond tracking activities to measuring the evidence-based impact or the economic outcomes. We recommend the implementing post-project implementation assessment to verify the long-term impact and refine future interventions after the project closure. Madam Vice President, UNIDO's mandate serves as a vital catalyst for our national vision, aligns seamlessly with Thailand 4.0 innovation strategy and the bio-circular green model, economic model. To realize this goal, we seek UNIDO's deepened expertise in accelerating the digital and green transformation, especially through our mega industrial project, what that we call Eastern Economic Corridor, EEC, ensuring our growth is both robust and environmentally sustainable. We appreciate our cooperation portfolio with UNIDO, which currently values over $22 million in advancing industrial decarbonization, green and sustainable manufacturing, and also the energy transformation. UNIDO support in transitioning the hard-to-abate sectors, such as the steel and cement, towards a low-carbon pathway, has been invaluable. Building on this momentum, we seek UNIDO's continued support to realize our ambitions, new climate targets, which have accelerated our net zero goal forward by 15 years to 2050. Thailand also recognized the Program for Country Partnership or PCP as the high-impact framework that aligns national priorities with the multi-stakeholder support. We are currently undertaking an internal process to consider the possibility of engaging with this framework. And additionally, we warmly welcome the launch of the Global Alliance for the Responsible and Green Minerals, and Thailand views our participation as a strategic opportunity to enhance our constructive flow in global mining sector and ensures its sustainable development. Madam Vice President, as a host of the UNIDO Sub-Regional Office, Thailand underscores the importance of effective decentralization of UNIDO. We trust that the ongoing structural transformation will empower the field offices with the greater decision-making authority to respond swiftly to diverse regional needs, as well as increase the opportunities for women and developing countries' engagement. Thailand reiterates its readiness to work closely with the sub-regional office to expand our South-South and Triangle cooperation. This collaboration will not only enhance the office visibility, but also enable Thailand to contribute meaningfully through the knowledge sharing and technical support toward advancing industrial development across the sub-regions. In closing, Thailand reaffirms its unwavering commitment to supporting UNIDO and all member states in advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial developments and in achieving the SDGs. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia.
And I'll now give the floor to His Excellency Javier Maria Carabajosa Sanchez, Ambassador of Spain to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Señora
Madam Vice Chair, Spain would firstly like to express our congratulations to the new chair of this conference and to ensure you of my delegation's support in achieving good results from your work. Of course, as well, we would like to thank the government of Saudi Arabia for welcoming this event with their traditional hospitality. And, of course, our congratulations to Mr. Gerd Müller for his re-election to the role of Director General. This delegation aligns itself with a statement made by the EU, but would like to make the following comments in our national capacity. Spain would like to reiterate our support to the UN 80 initiative, which is to do with saying that comprehensive reform of the organization is essential to confront global challenges. In this context, UNIDO is a crucial pillar in the UN development system, and Spain would like to maintain its strong commitment to its work. We believe that the solution to our shared problems requires active and constructive collaboration from the whole international community, based on dialogue, solidarity, and respect for international law, as well as to the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Spain supports the alignment between all UN agencies and organizations under the 2030 Agenda. UNIDO's efforts to achieve inclusive and sustainable development are an absolute priority for our country, both on an international and national level. As was shown in our National Cooperation Law for Sustainable Development and Global Solidarity, which shows Spain's strong commitment to ensure that 0.7 of our GDP goes for official support for development by 2030. However, we do recognise that support for development, although it is essential, requires mobilisation of national resources as well as a contribution from the private sector. We also need to strengthen efficiency for locating funding to ensure greater impact for our actions. Spain is committed to greater international fiscal cooperation, strengthened in the National Funding for Development Conference in 2025, which resulted in the Seville Commitment. This roadmap to reform the international finance system and promote fairer, more transparent and more sustainable funding is completely in line with UNIDO's goals, that is, encouraging industrial development that is inclusive and sustainable as a motor for economic development and to reduce poverty. Also, within the framework of the 4th International Conference for Funding for Development, we showed our collective commitment to achieving gender parity. In decision-making bodies for international finance institutions and multilateral development banks, as well as to integrating a gender perspective across all funding mechanisms, Spain strongly supports UNIDO's efforts to prioritise matters such as the circular economy, the promotion of renewable energy in industry, the digital transformation, and promotion of industry on a sustainable basis. We also recognise the potential role of trade, technology, and innovation as drivers for sustainable development. This delegation would like to reiterate that middle-income states have in UNIDO a frame of reference for achieving their national goals, but as well as to drive through their significant industrialization projects. For them, we need to mobilize resources of a magnitude that can only be achieved through innovative practices, such as mixed public-private funding. And these are things that Spain has supported within UNIDO. Spain actively defends gender equality, which is a priority. And like in previous occasions, we have supported gender parity, gender equality resolutions supported by Mexico and Norway. We support women's empowerment. This needs to be everywhere in the organization's activities, as well as in the makeup of the Secretariat and at the highest levels of governance. This will have an impact on the effectiveness and impact of our actions and will have a transformative effect. Vice Chair, at this critical point for global development, with challenges such as poverty, hunger, inequality, and the impact of climate change, Spain would like to reiterate our commitment to effective international cooperation based on alliances between countries and stakeholders and a vision of cooperation as an investment in global solidarity. Finally, Vice Chair, we strongly believe that cooperation is public policy that aims to give responses to the planet's global problems. And so, for this reason, we support our systems for cooperation and development in order to adapt to new challenges and to the international reality. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
And
I now give the floor
to His Excellency Mr. Minh Tinh, Permanent Representative of Myanmar to UNIDO.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Bandabin Ibrahim Akurirav, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his election as President of the 21st UNIDO General Conference. I also congratulate you, Madam Vice President, on your election as VP and as well as others. We are grateful to the host government for its warm hospitality and excellent arrangements. I also appreciate Director General Gerd Müller and the UNIDO Secretariat for organizing this important event, the Global Industry Summit. Myanmar aligns itself with the statement delivered by G77 and China. I now wish to speak in our national capacity. Madam Vice President, Myanmar is committed to promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The government's national objectives include enhancing the socio-economic life of the people through agro-based industries, strengthening education and health sectors, and ensuring sustainable development for all. Our priorities focus on economic resilience and inclusive growth. Agro-based industries and MSMEs play a vital role in food security, rural livelihoods, export diversification, and adding value to domestic products. To this end, we are improving agricultural productivity through better irrigation, quality seeds and fertilizers, and access to finance. We are also promoting the use of renewable energy and electric vehicles, as well as climate resilience practices like mangrove conservation, afforestation, and alternative fuels. Madam Vice President, Myanmar Investment Commission has identified agriculture, food processing, industrial zone, digital enterprises, and renewable energy as key sectors for future growth. We continue to encourage both domestic and foreign investments to support job creation and long-term economic progress. Challenges remain, including limited infrastructure, technological gaps, and restricted access to global markets. Despite these constraints, Myanmar remains focused on strengthening industrial capacity, energy efficient practices in MSMEs, industrial infrastructure development, and expanding renewable energy access. To accelerate progress, we call on UNIDO and development partners to support Myanmar in needed areas, particularly in enhancing productivity and sustainability of agriculture-based MSMEs, improving energy management and innovation, and strengthening energy efficiency monitoring and evaluation. No country should be left behind. Madam Vice President, while welcoming the 11 LDC Ministerial Declaration and the implementation plan for UNIDO's operational strategy for LDCs, we fully support the RIA Declaration to be adopted at the conclusion of the conference. These outcomes reaffirm our shared commitment to structural transformation, protective capacity building, and inclusive, sustainable industrial development, particularly for developing and least developed countries, and underline the importance of stronger cooperation, technology assistance, and sustainable energy access. Myanmar believes development must be inclusive, people-centered, and equitable. Our strategies focus on empowering vulnerable groups, women and youth, strengthening rural MSMEs, and promoting international cooperation in knowledge transfer and capacity building. In conclusion, Myanmar reaffirms its dedication to inclusive, innovative, and environmentally sustainable industrial growth. We call for continued international support to ensure equal opportunities for all nations, and will continue to work closely with UNIDO and development partners to achieve this shared vision. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Melita Supek, Permanent Representative of Slovenia to UNIDO.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is an honor to address the 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference. We commend the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its initiative to elevate the General Conference to the level of a global industrial summit. At a moment of profound global transformation, Slovenia reaffirms its strong support for UNIDO and its mandate. We also extend our sincere congratulations to Director General Müller on his reappointment, confident that his continued leadership will further strengthen UNIDO's mission and impact. Rapid advances in artificial intelligence, automation, and digital technologies are reshaping industrial development. These innovations present significant opportunities to enhance productivity, competitiveness, and efficiency. Yet, to fully realize their potential, we must ensure that the benefits are shared widely, improving quality of life while safeguarding natural resources, climate stability, and biodiversity. Labor-intensive sectors, in particular, are navigating substantial change as technology evolves. Slovenia's experience with circular business models show that innovation can increase sustainability while also creating new jobs, strengthening competitiveness, and generating added value. These lessons highlight a broader principle. An inclusive industrial transformation requires cooperation across value chains, active participation of all stakeholders, and sustained investment in skills aligned with the needs of modern labor markets. In this context, we commend UNIDO's central role in connecting partners, facilitating technology transfer, and mobilizing knowledge, finance, and collaboration across regions. Such coordinated efforts are essential for unlocking industrial potential, advancing sustainable development, and delivering tangible economic, social, and environmental benefits, particularly for regions and sectors facing greater challenges. UNIDO's leadership in promoting climate resilient and low-carbon industrial development is equally important. Today, no industrial strategy can disregard the realities of climate change, which must be carefully integrated into sustainable development pathways. Slovenia's recently adopted climate law provides a robust framework for reducing greenhouse gas emissions while fostering green innovation and energy efficiency. Our experience with smart solutions and smart specialization strategies further demonstrates how innovation can make industrial processes more efficient, enhance logistics, strengthen traceability, and reduce environmental footprints. Circular business models, sustainable materials, and smart living solutions remain central to our development path. Slovenia stands ready to share these experiences and to learn from partners worldwide. Slovenia's commitment to renewable energy, green technologies, and environmental protection also guides our international engagement, with UNIDO serving as a key partner for knowledge transfer, innovation, and investment promotion. Together, we support sustainability and resilience in strategically important areas, regions, including the Western Balkans, the European neighborhood, and Sub-Saharan Africa. By combining public expertise with private sector involvement, Slovenia and UNIDO promote inclusive, sustainable industrial development and contribute to more resilient economies and long-term stability. Madam Vice President, gender equality remains a key and a core priority for Slovenia. We therefore attach particular importance to initiatives that empower women as drivers of inclusive and sustainable growth. Their meaningful participation is essential, not only for fairness, but because it strengthens communities, improves economic outcomes, and accelerates progress. We value UNIDO's effort in promoting gender equality across industrial development. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations this year, we reaffirm that only by resolutely upholding the principles of the UN Charter can we preserve peace, protect human dignity, and secure a just and sustainable future for generations to come. This milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to strengthen multilateralism and support a reformed, effective UN system capable of addressing today's global challenges. Allow me to conclude by reaffirming Slovenia's strong partnership with UNIDO. Our cooperation is rooted in a shared commitment to promoting sustainable, resilient, and equitable industrial development. Development that delivers tangible benefits for people, communities, and our planet. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Al-Jabri, Permanent Representative of Oman to UNIDO.
شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة، أعضاء الوفود الكرام.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, first of all, to address my greatest thanks and gratitude to Saudi Arabia for their work welcoming us for this 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference. I would also like to thank you for the excellent organisation and warm welcome that has been extended to us. I would also like to express to His Excellency Minister Bandar bin Ibrahim Al-Khurayev, I would like to congratulate him for being elected to head up the 21st session of the conference. Madam Chair, cooperation programmes run by UNIDO represent an important pillar of the organisation. This contributes to transferring techniques and expertise, helping us to achieve the SDGs of our countries. And so I would once again like to reiterate my great thanks for the contribution of UNIDO, thanks to strengthening national adaptation and institutional excellence in the field of the environment and climate change, as well as strengthening resilience in priority sector, in particular water resources, agriculture, marine resources, public health, and infrastructure, including in urban and touristic areas. Madam Chair, the Vision 2040 has been designed to place priority importance on works for 2021 to 2040, taking into account economic and social circumstances and a future outlook and the country's capacity to deal with local, regional, and global challenges. We are now one of the developed countries in terms of economic, social, and environmental aspects and institutional governance. Moreover, in terms of environmental sustainability, we are aiming to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 through green hydrogen projects and renewable energy projects that are very ambitious. We've also created a Zero Neutrality Centre, which is for coordinating our national efforts. We have launched new economic policies for carbon trading and environmental certification.
Given the importance of working with peers on digital transformation, we are trying to adopt an electronic governance approach and advanced modern technology by developing new tools and channels, looking at opportunities offered in this revolution. Given the importance of the technology sector and ICT in boosting the economy, as well as producing and providing services, the Sultanate of Oman has developed digital projects and strategies aimed at promoting a digital economy that is prosperous and effectively contributes to the GDP, to go hand in hand with our national digitization strategies, starting with Oman's 2003 digital strategy and then our 2024 national strategy. Our national digital economy strategy aims to double the digital economy in terms of GDP, which should move from 2% in 2021 to 10% in 2040. In addition to this, the programme also aims to put Oman in the top levels on a global scale for the Digital Economic Index, which is an indicator for development of an electronic government and networks. Given in the industry sector, this is one of the crucial pillars for our national economic development, remaining in line with our strategic industrial goals for now until 2040. These goals aim to create a varied industrial sector that is highly productive and able to compete on a regional and global level. Oman has recently significantly developed our industrial performance indicators in spite of economic difficulties and shocks in the global market. Local and foreign investment flows reflect the rapid transformation of the business environment in Oman, pushed by government policies which encourage industrial integration and effective supply chains. These are policies supporting industrial transformation as well in food, farming and pharmaceutical sectors. We also have a number of initiatives as part of our industrial strategy for 2040, which reflects the strength of these policies and the sustainability of our industrial transformation. Thanks to these efforts, Oman has progressed in terms of our industrial performance indicator in 2024, achieving the 53rd position globally and 4th regionally, which confirms our position as a destination for industry that is promising and that is effectively contributing to the regional and global supply chains, which is part of our national vision. To conclude, I would like to wish this conference every success. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ahora le doy la palabra a la señora María Jiménez.
I now give the floor to Ms. María Jimena Alvarez, Minister Councillor Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Uruguay to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Korayev, on behalf of my country, I would like to express our congratulations for election to lead this 21st session of the General Conference. And I'd also like to express our support and our hope that under your leadership we will work together to achieve agreements that ensure we have a successful General Conference. Similarly, we would like to congratulate the government and people of Saudi Arabia for welcoming us for this important conference. After almost 6 decades since its founding, UNIDO, a specialized agency of the United Nations to assist developing countries to promote and accelerate inclusive and sustainable industrial development, still has a very important mandate, which requires greater support given multiple joined-up crises that are impacting our economies. Uruguay, since its historic beginnings, has been open to external markets, depending on its international placing, and therefore has also been subject to volatilities and external issues, in particular in areas of the market that require the highest quality products. under international standards that are increasingly demanding. Our key export products are those related to agribusiness and processed food. The country continues working in this area, given our natural advantages and the know-how that we have. The growth of the forest sector and its diversification towards more added value products, the pharmaceutical industry and biotechnology provide new opportunities for producing and exporting sustainable construction materials, medications and biotechnology products, as well as certified food products under international standards exported to other countries and regions where they are needed. In these terms, Uruguay aligns itself with the proposals made by UNIDO about the circular economy, modernization of productive processes, digitization, and the use of applied AI for production, as well as for technological innovation, as well as renewable energies. Uruguay would like to increase partnership between UNIDO and other international and regional development organizations such as FAO and the World Food Programme to promote cooperation and international assistance in a joined-up and coordinated manner, such as the initiative to bring together the transformation of food systems and climate action in the name of acceleration towards sustainable development. This should be in line with UNIDO's priority areas of work contained within the document Progress Through Innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean 2022, and with activities carried out under the SDG 9 accelerator for the region. Moreover, we need to ensure that compliance with recommendations made by auditors, which were submitted to the Secretariat in 2025, remain on the agenda. In line with SDG 5, Uruguay, through concrete actions, is aiming for gender equality in industry, and we pay particular attention to reducing the digital gender gap, encouraging female participation in innovation and technological research through social policies that are inclusive, intersectional, and in full respect of human rights. We therefore support UNIDO's strategy for gender parity and female empowerment. Uruguay would like to thank all delegations for the constructive spirit that has been shown in the preparatory meetings for this UNIDO General Conference, which were held in Vienna. We also believe it's essential that we reiterate that the 2030 Agenda and gender mainstreaming across all frameworks and multilateral statements should be essential priorities for our country. Finally, Uruguay would like to congratulate Director General Mr. Gerd Müller for his re-election to head up the Secretariat. We trust that his management over the next 4 years will continue to be marked by openness to dialogue with member states from all regions in order that UNIDO can consolidate the leadership that it needs within the United Nations system in line with SDG 9. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
To His Excellency Mr. Paulo Uchoa Ribeiro Filho, Ambassador of Brazil to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Brazil aligns itself with the statement of the G77 and China and would like to make a few remarks in its national capacity. Brazil acknowledges UNIDO's medium-term program framework for 2026-2029 and highlights the inclusion of a regional strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean. This strategy aims to strengthen industrial competitiveness, promote the circular economy, facilitate the transition towards clean energy, and generate quality jobs in our region. In this context, Brazil urges UNIDO to consider the specific challenges and realities faced by middle-income countries and in its initiatives. Brazil encourages UNIDO to strengthen partnerships, cooperation, knowledge sharing, and technology transfer through various modalities, including South-South and triangular cooperation. Brazil values the attention given to innovative mechanisms for small and medium-sized enterprises and the strengthening of sustainable supply chains that enhance local value aggregation in the region. Brazil also underscores the need for equitable geographical distribution of UNIDO personnel, which must reflect the diversity of member states. We urge the continued promotion of diverse representation, especially in higher management and technical leadership positions. In this context, Brazil expresses concern regarding the appointment of new employees from countries that have officially withdrawn from UNIDO. We emphasize the importance of recruiting new employees who are nationals of UNIDO member states. Brazil is pleased to note UNIDO's efforts in promoting gender equality, equity, and women's empowerment. We encourage further expansion of initiatives that strengthen women's leadership and capabilities at all levels, in line with SDG 5, and foster women's participation in innovation and technology. Brazil reiterates the importance of securing funding to support the organization's long-term financial sustainability. We encourage UNIDO to continue exploring innovative and diversified funding sources. Brazil commends the work of UNIDO's evaluation and international oversight bodies and invites them to persist in applying their recommendations while strengthening institutional control and accountability mechanisms. Brazil thanks UNIDO for its participation in the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger. We emphasize the importance of UNIDO's role in combating hunger and will continue to support this vital area within the organization. We also welcome UNIDO's initiatives in Brazil concerning energy, efficiency, and climate change, such as the biogas project for the Brazilian agro-industry funded by the GEF and the HCFC phase-out management plan in accordance with the Montreal Protocol. Brazil looks forward to collaborating with UNIDO on a technological demonstration project for the production of green aqueous ammonia in Brazil to be executed with the support of the Tokyo Investment and Technology Promotion Office. Brazil reaffirms its commitment to the Industrial Decarbonization Initiative, IDDI, aimed at decarbonizing heavy industries, as well as to Hydrogen Hub, which seeks to accelerate the development of low-emission hydrogen as a viable and competitive energy option. We welcome UNIDO's efforts in promoting dialogue and collaboration with carbon accounting, harmonization, and interoperability, and related the importance of technological neutrality when defining industry standards to promote a level playing field and fair trade. Brazil expresses its support for the development of an international sustainable industrialization hub to be hosted by UNIDO. We believe that such a platform would further enhance sustainable global supply chains, promoting local value addition and industrial resilience throughout the supply chain, benefiting both developed and developing countries alike. Our country also highlights the significance of UNIDO's active participation in COP30 and its role as a part of the Action Agenda Secretariat and the promising avenue for cooperation it represents for developing countries. In this context, Brazil welcomes the launch of the Belém Declaration on Global Green Industrialization on November 14th. The declaration, proposed by the government of Brazil with the support of UNIDO, aims to align countries and other key stakeholders in advancing multilateral and multi-stakeholder initiatives that promote green industrialization with a focus on emerging and developing economies. The Belém Declaration embodies Brazil's belief that climate ambition must be matched by real economic transformation. Green industrialization is about building the industries and jobs of the future, ensuring that all countries, especially in the Global South, can lead and benefit from this new era of sustainable prosperity. The Belém Declaration on Global Green Industrialization has been endorsed by 13 countries and 23 international organizations and partners. It remains open for additional countries and organizations to join. In summary, Brazil reiterates its commitment to closely collaborating with UNIDO to promote policies and actions that strengthen the industrial capacity of our countries, address current challenges, and contribute to the progress and well-being of our societies. Brazil remains committed to the goals of the organization and emphasizes the importance of industrial development as an engine for economic progress, job creation, innovation, and the well-being of nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Mr. Androkonis, Counselor, Permanent Mission of Poland to UNIDO.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Poland aligns itself with the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of the European Union. Please allow me to offer a few additional comments from a national perspective. I would like to emphasize how much importance Poland attaches to the goals and activities of UNIDO. To date, we are one of only 68 countries out of 173 UNIDO member states that have paid their assessed contribution in full for the current year. As the 16th largest payer of contributions to the regular UNIDO budget, we always pay our dues in full and on time. As regards our voluntary contributions to the financing of UNIDO activities, Poland has once again decided, among only 20 other member states, to renounce unutilized balances of appropriations. Most of these voluntary funds have been allocated to our continued support for the UNIDO Green Industry Recovery Program for Ukraine, the Innovation and Transformation Fund, and the Major Capital Investment Fund. Moreover, the Polish government has just decided to transfer a new voluntary contribution to the Polish account in the UNIDO Industry Development Fund for future joint projects and ventures. I would also like to mention that following our previous successful joint projects with UNIDO, implemented in recent years in Tajikistan, Moldova, and Georgia, we are now directing our resources and know-how to Rwanda. Poland attaches great importance to development cooperation with African countries, and the project signed a few days ago in Vienna and implemented by UNIDO, entitled Strengthening Rwanda's Capacity to Respond to Industrial and Natural Hazards, is an excellent example of this. In terms of our deepened cooperation with UNIDO, I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight an important event that took place in Warsaw, the regional launch of the UNIDO Industrial Development Report. Forecasts from international institutions confirm that Poland is one of the fastest growing European economies. We want to share our experience, best practices, and knowledge with others. We are pleased that member states have reached an agreement on the UNIDO budget for 2026-27. We hope that the new budget will allow the organization to maintain its upward trend. However, for Poland, as we have already indicated, the new scale of assessments and the zero real growth increase in the regular budget mean an increase of more than 10% in our regular contributions. We will make every effort to meet this challenge, but at the same time, as an emerging donor, we expect a clear emphasis on the benefits of membership. Poland has been a dedicated member of UNIDO from the very beginning and wishes to reaffirm its commitment to sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Also, allow me to take this opportunity to congratulate the Egyptian candidate on his expected re-election as UNIDO's external auditor for another term. Poland is now indicating its intention to apply for this position in the 2028-2030 period. Madam Vice President, current UNIDO General Conference is taking place in Riyadh, and Poland is counting also on further dynamic growth of bilateral economic relations with Saudi Arabia, which should be stimulated by the recent Poland-Saudi Arabia Investment Forum held in Warsaw in September this year. Let's work together to develop our relationships. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of this afternoon's plenary meeting. I was informed that the main committee has concluded its work for this session. No additional meetings of the main committee will be required. I call on all delegations to be represented in plenary tomorrow morning, starting at 9 a.m. sharp. I repeat, at 9 a.m. in this room, please. As announced earlier, you are now invited to remain in the room for two events, namely, Empowering the Next Generation, Women Leading Saudi Arabia's Future, taking place from 4:30 to 5:30, and Mobilizing recognition of women in industry, the next step taking place from 5:30 to 6:30. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to the moderator, Mr. Rami Al-Sakran, and panelists of the event focusing on empowering the next generation. The plenary meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Esteemed guests, we continue with our program. This next session highlights the central role of Saudi women in shaping the future of Kingdom's industrial transformation. It is my great pleasure to invite Dr. Rami Al-Sakran, General Manager of Education and Skills Development at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, to lead this session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rami Al-Sakran to the stage.
I'm ready. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, distinguished partners, welcome to our session, Empowering the Next Generation, Women Leading Saudi Arabia's Future. This is not simply a panel discussion. It reflects the Kingdom's transformation journey and its strategic investment in the next generation of women's leaders. Under Vision 2030, Saudi women have moved from participation to leadership, from access to influence, and from aspiration to measurable impact. Today, we spotlight the generation that will build what comes next in industry, innovation, and advanced manufacturing. It's my honor to introduce our 6 exceptional panelists, young women representing the strengths of the kingdom's next industrial and technical generation. These 6 panelists, they come from 6 different universities, and I'm very proud to have them as my panelists. And I'll start with Al-Hanouf Ashkiri, a senior financial economic student at Princess Noura University. Lamar Al-Babtain, a senior industrial engineering student at Al Faisal University. Jawahir Al-Rashid, an electrical and electronics engineering student who graduated from Princess Noura University and now doing her master's in electrical engineering at King Saud University. Haifa Dandan, she's a graduate of master's in robotics and automation from King Fahd University in petroleum and engineering, and work in different companies in the past 8 years. Sara Al-Ghamdi is an is a mechanical engineer at Al Faisal University who's passionate about this field. Last but not least, please welcome Yara Al-Ghamdi, who's a student doing her studies in networking management systems in Riyadh Technical College at TVTC. They represent excellence across engineering, automation, economics, and applied technologies, core pillars to the kingdom's industrial development and future. Assalamu alaikum. We will now hear directly from the panelists, their perspectives and ambition and vision for the future. I'll start the first question in different themes, and this theme will be about the evolution of Saudi Arabia and women in industry. And I'll ask the question to my colleagues here, Sara Al-Ghamdi and Haifa Dandan, and I'll start with Sara. Over the past decades, how has the role of Saudi women in industry evolved, and what lessons from that journey continue to inspire your generation today?
Well, thank you, Dr. Rami Sakran, for introducing me, and thank you, everyone, for attending this panel. And as for your question, I would say the evolution has been very revolutionary. It really moved women from sectors in education and service into real economic engines like manufacturing and research and technology. And the numbers speak of this change. In 2016, the percentage of women in workforce was only 21%. And in 2024, that number has almost doubled to a 36.2%. And that's not just closing a gap, of course. This is a structural re-engineering of the workforce. And I think what I've learned most from this is that when there's a national mandate such as Vision 2030, and when it makes the space, and you combine that with women securing their degrees in fields like this, we can really make big changes. And I think on a personal level, I really connect with Rayana Bernawi. She is the first female Saudi to go to space. And I really look up to her, and she makes me feel like everything is not as impossible as it sounds, and everything is doable if we have the will. And we do. And the fact that we connect on different levels, she's Saudi, she's a Saudi female, she also graduated from my university. So it's a deep connection.
Thank you, Sarah. I can't agree more. Going to space is definitely an inspirational for all of us, not only for women. Mm-hmm. And I think this is a big step and is an evolution for industry and is an evolution for technology and for women in general and for Saudi women specifically. I'll ask the same question to you, Haifa. What does that mean to you?
Thank you first, and it's an honor to be here with you, Dr. Rami, and everyone, and these great ladies. And I believe Saudi women recently have a very strong role in a global industry and innovation. We are learning more, getting better at training, and joining fields like engineering technology. We can already see this change. For example, many Saudi women now are working with international teams, improving production line, designing new tool, or working on a clean energy solution. This wasn't common before, and now it's growing fast. Saudi women are known for being hardworking, flexible, and fast learner. Because our country is changing quickly, we know how to adapt and take on new challenges, and it's something global companies value. So in the next decade, I see Saudi women not only joining global projects, but also leading them, sharing new ideas and representing Saudi Arabia with confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Haifa. And with this evolution, with the industry evolution and economic evolution and the development, of course, this has something to do with the vision, with the work before the vision and after the vision. And with every evolution, of course, there is something that we can take advantage of, which is opportunities. So talking about opportunities and talking about the current opportunities and future opportunities, this question will focus on that. At this moment, what opportunities excite you the most as a young Saudi woman in industry and in innovation sectors? And I'll ask Lamar. I think this relates to you a lot, Lamar. So if you don't mind touching on this question.
Thank you for the introduction, and it's an honor to be here today. Starting with the opportunities that I'm most excited for, of course, the mega projects that are shaping Saudi Arabia's future and hosting Expo 2030 and the World Cup, and more recently with the Crown Prince's visit to the US, where they planned a lot of strategic agreements that focused on economics, critical minerals, AI, and much more. And I think what excites me the most about these opportunities is that the success of them will be driven by our nation's greatest asset, which is that we have a well-educated and ambitious generation that is ready to lead. And unlike many other countries that need to import their talent, Saudi Arabia has invested from early on to creating its own. And our leadership envisioned this through Vision 2030, where women and the youth were at the center front of national development. Yeah. And I think that's something extremely important because we're the ones that will be driving this success. And I mean, even through, let's say, the influx of global companies that are now coming into Saudi Arabia and opening up academies, they're opening up research and development centers, innovation hubs. It's because they see the potential that is in our youth, and how them opening up all of these opportunities will really flourish here.
Thank you for saying that, Lamar. I cannot agree more. This is extremely important for us. And what you touched on in terms of the opportunities is absolutely 100% correct. And when you're talking, I had goosebumps because it really echoes with me personally. Same question, what's your take, Al-Hanouf?
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Rami, for having me on this panel today. I'm really excited to be here. Going back to your question, what excites me the most right now is how Vision 2030 continues to open doors for young Saudi women in ways that weren't possible before. Right now, we're seeing women empowerment in education through new and specialized majors that are in line with our economy needs. My major, financial economics, it's a newly offered and exclusive to PNU. So this shows how fast educational opportunities are opening up. I'm really excited about the workforce. Women are not only entering the workplace, they are leading impactful projects, they're making strategic decisions, they're shaping key sectors in the economy. So all of this is really exciting right now, and most of the opportunities and programs that I have right now is because of this national transformation that we're experiencing. Especially, since our generation, we're not only the ones that are benefiting from this change, we're the ones that are contributing to it, and we will be contributing even beyond 2030 to sustain this momentum.
It's amazing. I love your responses both, because to me, those responses are very hopeful and they are futuristic, and they give you, the reason to wake up in the morning thinking of something good's going to happen, something hopeful is going to happen. And these are coming from two students currently in school. They haven't graduated yet. They're about to graduate. The same questions I would like to ask you, Jawahir. Someone who finished her undergrad, graduated, now working in industry, and doing her master's again, going to a different university. You did PNU, Princess Noor University, and now you're doing your master's at King Saud University. In terms of opportunities, and if you can link past and present and maybe future, how these opportunities look like?
Thank you, Dr. Rami, for this introduction, and it's a pleasure truly to be representing young Saudi women. So through the question, I will answer based on my experience, so you can find the answer embedded on what I will say. So what excites me more is, let's start from the beginning. We have a clear strategy, alhamdulillah, and this is the first step for any accomplishment, is to have a very clear goal. So there is a different goal, different strategic goals, and there is a need on all these goals. However, I've started my electrical engineering degree at Princess Noor University as the second batch. Alhamdulillah, I've passed this, and I'm starting pursuing my master's degree on King Saud as a first batch. So we can say we are in the golden era of Saudi women when everything is starting newly. And also we had the speech of empowering women for past couple of years, and now in the reality you have us as the results of these speeches, and the intersections between these strategies has led to have these experiences. So alhamdulillah, I've been working on defense sector. Defense sector is a very critical one, and there is a localization goal based on 2030 strategic goals. And being part of that for 2.5 years actually excites me more to have more accomplishments and to have the transition to another sectors. For example, alhamdulillah, based on if you have a robust skills and knowledge based on your academic backgrounds, you can easily have the transition between two different sectors. Like what I did, moving to power sector and energy sector helped me a lot, and I'm pursuing my master's on that field. Alhamdulillah, and this could be the main excitement points that I had for myself.
Perfect, thank you, Joa, for adding this. I think this is what happens when you have a strategy and when you have different entities, whether in education ecosystem and whether in labor ecosystem and the private sector, all of them, they're talking to each other, and you have a strategy that is directing them to a place and to a direction that everybody is going there. And you have that alignment and orchestration, if you will. This is what happens. You have things are matched, things are moving in a better way, and as a result, you have opportunities. And we cannot talk about opportunities without talking about technology and leadership. And I'm going to ask Yara Al-Ghamdi this question. Looking ahead, what emerging technologies or industries do you believe will define the future, and how can Saudi women play a leading role in them?
Thank you for having me, Dr. Rami, and I'm honored to be here and to participate with this amazing group of girls. So going back to the question, since my major is in the tech field, I believe technologies such as artificial intelligence and renewable energy and cybersecurity will define the future. Saudi women can play a leading role by campaigning creativity and technical knowledge and participate not only as engineers or scientists, but also as inventors. There's a lot of successful and intelligent Saudi women. I would love to mention engineer Mashal Shmemri. She is the first Saudi rocket engineer and the founder of company in the field of space engineering and technology. And Dr. Ghada Mtairi, she is international Saudi scientist researcher in the field of nanotechnology. And for the inventors, I would really love to talk about some group of girls in my college, TVTC. They invent such a perfect project in the program called Development and Empowerment. They were honored by Prince Faisal bin Bandar. They invent 6 projects. One of them was really inspiring, actually. The girl name was Bayadir Al-Gharbi. She invented an app called RoboSign by using artificial intelligence. The goal of her app is to translate the sign language to the people who don't know how to talk the language, so it will be much easier for us to communicate with them by using technology. And there's a lot of great projects they did, and they are such an inspiration to the rest of us Saudi women.
Thank you, Yara. This is extremely important, and I see some representations from the university ecosystem and from Princess Noura University that are here, and I'm sure they're proud of their students and other students. The Vision 2030 touched on 3 different pillars: a vibrant society and thriving economy, and the ambitious nation. And today's theme is the role of women in industry and in economy. And when a country is developing, it's essential, it is almost non-negotiable. You have to develop in terms of industrial development, and you cannot grow economically without that development. With this development, there are a lot of opportunities, just like what you mentioned, and a lot of jobs will be created in different sectors. Just like the National Industrial Strategy mentions, just like the mining strategy mentions different fields into 12 strategic directions. This will require competencies, this will require skills, and will require the education ecosystem also to play a role in terms of matching those requirements from the private sector. And talking about skills, because we are moving very fast, and this question relates to Sara Al-Ghamdi, because she has a personal experience on that one specifically. As Saudi Arabia accelerates in its industrial transformation, what skills must young women prioritize today to stay competitive over the next 5 to 10 years?
Okay, I think the next decade will be very rewarding to women who combined technical skills with adaptation. I think skills like public speaking, first of all, let's talk about the technical skills on the technical side. AI integration, data literacy, sustainable engineering practices, these are very important skills. And equally as important comes any skills that will help you navigate through a very fast-changing environment. Skills like problem solving, skills like being able to learn a new technology very quickly. And I've seen that firsthand in KAUST when I was doing my research there. People move very quickly, they need to communicate to other disciplines, different teams, and you need to learn their technologies too. And in order to be competitive, you need to be fast-paced and learn all these technologies firsthand. Another skill, I would say, is leadership. I think as women step into more technical roles, being able to communicate your ideas clearly, being able to collaborate with different teams, different sectors, I think that's very important.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very important, Sarah. And what you mentioned, maybe I'll add a couple of skills. And I come from a different school. Maybe I come from the previous generation or the previous 2 generations. And I come from the school that says, hire them for attitude, teach them for skills. And personally, I always look for 3 different attributes, if you will. High sense of responsibilities, high sense of ownership, and high sense of commitment. And I think this makes a difference in every person and every individual. And luckily, us as Saudis, we have that built in our tradition, culture, religion, and all of that, which is very collective. And having a collectivistic society is very important, because that gives you the essence of giving more than receiving. And talking about that, I will link my point here to my previous question. We touched on the evolution of women in industry. We talked about the opportunities that have been created now and in future. We talked about the importance, and Yara touched on the technology and innovation. And now, Sarah, you touched on skills and competencies and how things are moving very fast. Having all of these discussions and all of these points in one package, I thinking of what are we doing them in Saudi Arabia, but what is our responsibility when it comes to global contribution? And this is my next theme in this question, and I'm going to ask two of you. I'm going to ask Sarah and I'm going to ask Yara the global contribution, and specifically on this question. How do you see Saudi women contributing to global industrial or innovation ecosystem in the next decade? In other words, what's our responsibilities to others, not only us in Saudi Arabia or GCC, but in different worlds. We see different flags here, more than 170 countries. What is our responsibility, and how can we really and truly contribute to their development?
So in the next decade, Saudi women will play a big role in global invention by bringing their skills in technology, creativity, and problem solving to international industry. As more Saudi women enter fields like technology, sustainability, and internship, they will help to create new ideas and build a stronger connection with the world. Saudi women are becoming confidence leaders who can influence the global economy, not just locally, but internationally.
Excellent. Sarah, your take?
Yes, I think I agree with Yara. And I also think women in the next 10 years will take on more major roles and will be co-designers and will progress from national champions to hopefully global problem solvers and solution finders. All that to hopefully maybe exceed Vision 2030 as well.
Excellent. We are here because of many reasons. Maybe because someone gave us the chance, maybe because someone helped us, and maybe because we have things, we say they are granted, but they're not really, because they are unseen and they are behind the stage. And all of those things, they are sort of mechanism and a support system. Somehow we reached our places and we reached what we got today because of someone, because of a thing, because of an object, or because maybe a family member, or maybe a quote, or a scholar. And that's the second, or the next theme in terms of the support system. And I'm going to ask almost, all of you for that, and feel free to participate if I don't ask you this question. What and who has helped you grow along the day through mentorship, university, innovation, national reforms, and how these supports shaping the leaders of tomorrow? You can talk about yourself, and I'll go with Jawahir, even at a personal level, if you will, please.
Okay, so that's a very perfect question with the perfect timing. We have Dr. Arij Madibari. I wanted to start it with the initiative and what type of things that helped me to go through this critical time. So in my faculty, like my engineering faculty back in Princess Noor University, we had initiate a training committee, and it was 100% led by students. And the main idea, being a student from the second batch, that gives us the opportunity to meet up with different companies and different entities and to speak up for ourselves and gain the opportunities for the other students in the college as a student at the same time. So that was my starting point working on defense sector. I worked in SAMI, which is a very critical field. I worked in research and development as an engineer. And I just wanted to bring up a small story that just reminded me of the idea. So in my second year of engineering, I was a young student. I had the opportunity to have a lunch with an experienced engineer. She had plus 40 years of engineering experience. She's from Western country, and we were talking about what are the difficulties and how would we empower women in this field. And she laughed at me at the beginning. Then she said, "Yeah, I remember I struggled to get into engineering. Then I thought it's the only 5 years I will study. Then I got another big barrier, which is, will the sector support me? Will they let me do my engineering side? Would I put my skills and knowledge on that?" So she got her first job and she worked for 12 years without applying any engineering skills. And that happens a lot. So she got another big barrier, which is letting people out in the field, let a female engineer doing her job as an engineer. So she planted that fear on me, to be honest, and I waited for 4 years to get my first job, and I want to prove this wrong, because I know Saudi Arabia is always unique, and if they have a barrier out there in the Western, we don't have one. So it was a personal bit. So, alhamdulillah, I've been in the field with a 3.5 experience now with the different entities, different sector, very critical sectors. I'm working in energy, I was working in defense, and I've never felt this for a single time. If I ever was compared, you will be compared for your skills, how robust your knowledge is, regardless your gender. So, alhamdulillah, Saudi is always unique, and this is something to point out. We skipped 40 years, Western couldn't do, but we, alhamdulillah, have done it with the 5 years. So this is what I think. Of course, parents, your passion is key enablers for you. And alhamdulillah, yeah.
This is beautifully said, Jawahir, and indeed Saudi Arabia is very unique, and I think going back to the culture, the tradition, the religion, it's embedded in us, and we always, aim to help others and try to, uplift them and make sure, they are not behind. And I'm glad to hear that Saudi engineers are actually looked at as Saudi engineers, not as, a female who's not really well equipped with skills technically and academically as well. Same question to you, Lamar, support systems?
Well, I would say that the biggest thing is honestly a mix of the three you mentioned. And in the past, universities have focused more on the technical side of studying. Learn a lesson, take a test, you're ready for a corporate job. But it isn't that easy anymore. And I would say now they're trying to bridge that gap and go more into the applied side and bring the industry closer to students. And they're doing that in different ways, and as you mentioned, one of them being university initiatives. In my own university, there's always hackathons that I participate in, even if it's not necessarily something that is related to my field. For example, I'm an industrial engineer, but I recently participated in the Space Lead Hackathon, which was focused on space sustainability in NASA. But I still gained so much experience from it. There's always sessions with industry leaders that you can get valuable information from. I would say the biggest part is probably now there's kind of this culture within university of joining clubs, and that helped me the most because it allows me to collaborate and communicate with companies, build initiatives to bring the industry closer to students, collaborate and lead teams. And I would say externally, there's also a lot of opportunities in leadership programs that companies like MISC, lots of consultancies offer, and that really gives me access to resources and people and mentors that help me out and kind of show me that curiosity and all of this knowledge about how to lead and how to kind of work with people is just as important as technical knowledge.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And Lamar and I, we got to know each other in the past couple of weeks maybe, and I keep teasing Lamar because she always talks about consultancy, and I told her, you need to promise me you don't go to consultancy right away, at least work in a manufacturing company for a while and then go to whatever company you want to go. But I'm very proud of you and others. Same question.
I would like to add something to what Jawahir said about the opportunity that we have in Saudi Arabia and how lucky we are as a female engineer that's especially, in this decade, because I remember 15 or 10 years ago, that opportunity wasn't open for a female as an engineer. We didn't have this program offer for a female engineer, and I remember I was struggling to get into engineering school at that time, and I had to get my degree in United States. So if we think about how we are lucky right now and what's the opportunity give us, living in Saudi Arabia, this is really great.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this. And I promise you, I'm not going to call you older, but there is an age gap. And 15 years ago, when you graduated, having an engineering college for girls, maybe at that time wasn't very popular and common, and you had to go and study. And now it's different. Isn't it that beautiful? Isn't it that something you really wake up in the morning to be happy and pray to God, things stay the same and to be better and move forward. And I'm glad, the ecosystem of education and the ecosystem of labor is just connecting the dots and talking to each other to make sure, youngsters like you, the next generation also, they have options. They go to whatever degree, whatever major they want to go, as long they are adding value and there is actually value proposition in there. This question is very close to my heart, so I'm going to keep asking you a little bit, if you allow me. Hanouf, I got to know you also personally, and you come from, I'm not going to call it a competitive household, but there's pressure. So please touch on that.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say, I think success, it's in the hands of God. That's the most important thing. And then after that, definitely my parents, as you said, it's a high pressure household, I guess you can say. There's a lot of expectations, as both of my parents, they have PhDs. So growing up, I saw their dedication and hard work, and they're my role models. So seeing that really inspires me and motivates me to push harder. And they've been through every step of my journey, through all of my obstacles and challenges. So I'm really grateful for that. And beyond that, I would say definitely my university, and especially College of Business Administration, they really created an environment for us that pushes us to think beyond the classroom and apply our skills in real world situations. One of the experiences that I will never forget was in a Future Leaders program in the Women's Leadership Center at PNU. That program, it really helped me with my leadership skills, and they provided mentorship in the industry. I did an mentorship at MISC, so that was really one of the experiences that had a big impact in my journey, and I'm so grateful at this, being this early in my journey, I have all these opportunities and support system.
So beautiful. We'll close this theme with you, Sarah. Support systems. What's your take?
I would say my growth was a direct result of a lot of things. You've heard this 100 times in this panel. You're probably going to hear it even more. My first one is Vision 2030. I think the cultural certainty it gives me, and the kind of guarantee knowing that if I do combine that with my technical depth, it's basically a guaranteed success. So knowing that helps a lot. I also give credit to academic institutions such as Al-Faisal, where I study currently. Obviously, that's where I obtain all my engineering knowledge, but that's not just it. I think it makes me just a better student, just a better person. I think they do a really good job of bridging the gap between academia and the industry outside. That way, when I do graduate, I think I'm a well-rounded person. I also give credit to KAUST. I've done research there before. And I think all these institutions are not just, they don't just give you degrees and certificates. They also really forge you as just a better person, a better worker, a better researcher. I think my role as Vice President of the Society of Petroleum Engineers in Al-Faisal has really helped me with leadership, with my leadership skills. I think just planning events, talking to students, just managing things around has really helped with my skills.
It's amazing. I think these support systems definitely, they're working, because we have an amazing 6 panelists here, young Saudi female leaders, and will do a lot in future. I think the system is working. I wish when I was in your age, back in the days, I was able to speak English or speak freely and in a very confident way in front of people like you right now. This is great, and I will end closely, but before that, we will need to know a defining moment. And I will ask Hanouf and Haifa about this question specifically. Can you share a defining moment or a project that made you realize your potential in industry or innovation? Any moment.
So I would say one of the moments I remember when I first worked, I was the only female engineer at the room who was leading the discussion. It was technical discussion. And like most of the engineers was international engineers. And they were surprised, not because I'm leading the discussion, because we are talented, and as a Saudi talented, something really we should be proud of.
Nice. Elhano?
So one specific moment that I won't forget was actually during a summer internship. It was at a Saudi startup tech firm, and at that time I was only in my second year of college. So I was told that there was going to be an important meeting with an investor the next day, and I had to create financial forecasting statements. So as a financial economics student, we still really didn't get deep into that curriculum, but you know, my manager, she showed me so much trust, and she was confident in me. So even though it was out of my comfort zone, I accepted the challenge and I pushed through. I was able to deliver with the right requirements, and thankfully, you know, that experience, it taught me that, you know, you just have to get out of your comfort zone, test your limits, and that's how you learn and grow, and that's how you build your confidence.
Yeah, get out of your comfort zone. Indeed, this is very important. And I'll end with the final question. And the final question is going to be all yours in terms of a message to the next generation. And we will start with Yara, and we will end with Al-Hanouf, and I will hand it in after that. If you could send one message to the next generation of Saudi girls about their place in industry and in innovation and advanced manufacturing, what that message would be.
So my message will be, believe in your potential and never underestimate the power of your ideas. And also don't limit yourself to dream low, but dream big. And be confident about yourself and the ideas you will bring to the future. And also, every field is open to you now. So don't be afraid to take the first step. It's known that the first step is the hardest, but when you make the first step, everything it will be more easier. And the more you dare to invent, the more you inspire others to do the same.
Sarah?
I would say it's that your technical fluency is non-negotiable. So be the most competent person in the room. Add more knowledge, and don't view your gender as a factor for tokenism, or it's like an external need of validation. Regardless of your gender, I think mastering anything in the world, fluid mechanics, fluid dynamics, thermodynamics, whatever it is you're into, if you master it, that's what guarantees your relevance, and that's what guarantees your power. And also, my message would be that the nation has placed its trust in your potential. So secure your position with your excellence.
Good. Haifa?
I would say don't limit yourself. Don't be afraid to try new things, even if it started not the way that you expected. I had to change my major in the university twice just to find the suitable major for me. And don't be afraid to do mistakes, because whenever you do mistakes, you learn. So try new things, learn new things, build new skills. I think this gonna be really helpful for you for your next level of growing up.
Jawahar?
Okay, so I would like to start with a comparison. So in the past, maybe what lead you to study a specific major or introduced to a specific job is what is available, not what is your passion. Regardless your passion, you need to pick up the opportunities is there. And they were limited, to be honest. But now it's the vice versa. Now you need to follow your passion because there's opportunities everywhere. So, and excuse me, I just wanted to switch to Arabic since this message to Saudi girls specifically. بفضل من الله سبحانه وتعالى.
With the grace of God, I found success in Watha And I have full confidence in the people of Saudi Arabia. The opportunities are there, and we have to pursue our dreams, no matter how hard. But since we intend to serve the nation and Allah, then we will be successful. Yes, Lamar?
My message is that no one is really holding you back but yourself. Say yes to opportunities, even if they intimidate you. I feel like something that happens often is you'll be afraid to make mistakes or that you won't be perfect at doing something, and it'll make you more afraid to say yes. But no matter what it is, any opportunity is a lesson learned. And I would say kind of my message to everyone is that we have the best mentor and role model, the Crown Prince, and by following him, we can succeed in anything.
Yeah, and if I can continue on to what they said, you know, you don't have to have everything figured out at the start. You don't have to be fully prepared. It's all about taking the first step, showing up, and your willingness to learn along the way. You know, even if you make mistakes, it's totally fine because that's how you grow and improve. So my message would be to the future generation and to Saudi female women is, you know, don't let fear hold you back. Be brave enough to begin, because that's where confidence is built. Thank you.
Indeed. And I would like to take a moment to just look at those 6 individuals, these amazing panelists, starting with Yara Al-Ghamdi, studying at Riyadh Technical College at TVTC, and looking at Sahar Al-Ghamdi studying her mechanical engineering at Al Faisal University, and looking at Haifa, who has 8 years of experience, studied abroad mechanical engineering, studied robotics and automation at KFPM, and now she is here with us. And looking at Jawahir al-Rashid, not only one university, did PNU, Princess Noor University, as electrical and mechanical engineering, and also studying her master's now at KSU, King Saud University. And looking at Lamar Al-Babtain, studying at Al Faisal University, doing amazing, and she's gonna graduate with industrial engineering. And last but not least, looking at Al-Hanouf Ashkiri, studying at Princess Noor University, doing her financial economics. This is a combination of the education systems, not only private universities, but also governmental public universities. And that tells you the competition, the quality of the education system, we are getting there. It's amazing. Now we have scholars. In my days, a lot of scholars go study abroad. Now they are questioning themselves, should they go or stay here, because they have the support system and the education system is very strong. What we witnessed today was not just a discussion, it was Saudi Arabia's future speaking for itself. A future shaped by women who are engineering, innovating, building and positioning the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the forefront in industry and technology. Empowering next generation and women leading in Saudi Arabia future, it's not simply a title, it's a reality ready in motion. The future is not approaching, it's being built now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
To continue this program, it's my pleasure to introduce a leader engaged in advanced global dialogue around innovation, leadership, and the future of work. Ms. Hanan Hanzaz brings valuable experience across international platforms and cross-sector initiatives, contributing to conversations that connect people, perspectives, and possibilities across borders. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Hanan.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Rami, for moderating such an inspiring panel. It was really amazing to listen to the inspiring, actually, Saudi women that will shape the future. Thank you for the good advice. It's not only for the next generation of Saudi women, but we will take it into consideration. It's very interesting. Thank you for bringing such an inspiring panel to UNIDO General Conference. We are happy to host this General Conference in Saudi Arabia, and UNIDO, together with Saudi Arabia and the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, we dedicated this thematic day for women empowerment as one of the main days for the Global Industrial Summit, because we really believe, and allow me here to quote our Director General, Mr. Gerd Müller, who is also a UN gender champion, no industrial development will happen without the participation of women. I would like also to share with you, your story is inspiring not only for the Saudi next generation, but for the global, actually, next generation. I'm also an engineer. I would like to tell you also that what you study is not only shaping your future, you can shape your future also the way you want and the way you see appropriate. UNIDO is working a lot for the women empowerment through our different intervention, starting from the policy advice, including our mandate is very clear actually to accelerate the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. And inclusive here, I would like to highlight it because we make sure that in all our intervention, our activities and our initiative, the participation of women is important. We are also applying this within the organization, and we will be happy to join hands with Saudi Arabia in order to promote more and more the women empowerment and the women participation in the economic and the industrial development worldwide. Thank you very much for this inspiring panel, and أمسية سعيدة. شكرا.
Thank you, Ms. Hanan, and I would like to thank Dr. Rami and our all distinguished speakers for the last session that left us with a great sense of optimism. The future industrial landscape of Saudi Arabia will be defined by the voices we heard today and by thousands more like them. Their ideas, their drive, their vision position the kingdom as a global leader in empowering young women to innovate, create, and transform the industry. Thank you once again to our speakers and panelists for the inspiration they gave us in the last session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to guide an important high-level discussion about mobilizing recognition of women in industry, it is my great pleasure to introduce our moderator, Ms. Gillian Joseph. Gillian is an award-winning international journalist and a broadcaster whose career have been dedicated to telling stories that shaped societies and elevate global conversations. With decades of experience moderating discussions with world leaders, policymakers, innovators, she brings clarity, exceptional presence to every stage she steps into. For that, please join me in welcoming Gillian Joseph to the stage.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. I know we're coming to the end of the day, but we're still going to keep the energy up. So the day's nearly over. This is the last push, so please stay with me. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my honor to open the high-level side event on mobilizing recognition of women in industry, the next step. This session responds to the strong calls from member states to establish an International Day of Women in Industry, a global platform to recognize and celebrate women's vital contributions across all sectors of industry. So today, we aim to advance this vision by fostering dialogue, sharing experiences, and mobilizing commitments. Our programme will unfold in 4 key segments. First, a panel discussion on promoting gender-inclusive industrial development, advancing global dialogue and recognising leadership, featuring high-level representatives from government and civil society. Secondly, the vision pledges. This will be an open floor session where participants will share their aspirations and commitments. So that means you. Third, high-level closing remarks. Finally, we'll conclude with a summary and reflections to carry forward into the broader agenda of gender-inclusive industrial development. Now, as we know, women remain underrepresented in industry, particularly in leadership, profit and loss responsibility, and decision-making roles. Yet their contributions are indispensable to shaping a sustainable and inclusive industrial future. Today's dialogue is an opportunity to reaffirm your shared commitment and to chart the next steps towards global recognition and action. With that, let us begin this very, very important conversation. So please welcome to the stage now His Excellency Mr. Abdullah bin Khalid Tawa, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Saudi Arabia to UNIDO. Please welcome him to the stage. Next, we have Her Excellency Ms. Nina Vaskunlahti, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Finland to UNIDO. Her Excellency Ms. Elena Maria Freire Murillo, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Honduras to UNIDO. Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Lepre, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Italy to UNIDO. Her Excellency Ms. Naimi Switi Aziz, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the United Republic of Tanzania to UNIDO. Ms. Bia Hakula, co-founder of Women of Arise Forum and President of Africa for Africa Women Empowerment. Please welcome your panel to the stage. Thank you, welcome. You may be seated. So thank you very much. We're very lucky to have such an esteemed panel steeped in expertise. So remember, there are contributions coming from the floor and pledges, so please bear that in mind that you are also going to participate. But let's start our panel. And first, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah bin Khalid Tawa. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. Everybody's talking about it. This is the buzzword, the buzz time, 2030. In terms of advancing women's aspirations in industry, can you tell us a bit more about what we should expect? What's coming?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitations to be part with my colleague, the permanent representative in Vienna and the United Nations, and also to be part of a very important topic today we will discuss, and for the women development and empower the women in industry. Before I answer these questions, I would like to get your permission. Maybe we elaborate the journey of Saudi Arabia for the women development, which is a start, let's say, from the 2016 when we adopt the Vision 2030. That basically in emerging technology from digital manufacturing and robot, the green materials and renewable energy, women are the front research application and commercialization. The global shift is a strong reflection in Saudi Arabia on national transformation. For the Vision 2030, the Vision 2030 placed the women at the center of economic and industrial progress. Over the past year, the Kingdom has undertaken ambitious reforming that enable women to assume the leadership roles on all sectors in industry. Today, for example, the women, they reach more than 35% in national workforce compared with 19% in 2016. So if you follow the progress that Saudi Arabia, they are working on the issue of the women, you will notice a huge change, transformation for the women in industry in Saudi Arabia. The showcase that the kingdom sincerely showed the commitment of Saudi Arabia to create enabling environment for the women. That also one indicator that we see it here for, and even the session before me, you see how the women from Saudi Arabia, how they contribute on industry. Also, for the Vision 2030, your questions regarding you will notice that the fast growth for the women participation, the workforce, it is essential pillar also for the Vision 2030. They contribute on the Vision 2030, and even the review for the women for work industry, because from time to time we are doing revision 2030, what's happened, and we notice the progress. It is above the indicators we are expecting for that issue, because we are focusing on the main pillar in Saudi Arabia, which is economic diversification, and one of the things which is the women in industry, that it shows how we are working in that sector, and according to the review, we are meeting the target and above the target for the women in industry. That basically, when we talk about the issues of the women according to the Vision 2030, and we are working, still we are progressing, and I am sure in the future we will see more and more for the women in industry.
Your Excellency, you've said all the right things, but then you are outnumbered on this panel. You're the only male representative. So we thank you for your comment. Your Excellency, Ms. Nina Fasculati, Finland, known for gender equality and innovation. How can Finland's experience inspire global efforts to advance women in industry? What lessons can you teach the rest of the world?
Right. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. It's very inspiring to be here already among my colleagues, and happy to see some people still in the room. It's late in the afternoon, so the topic is very, very interesting and important. Yes, what I would say, what we have always understood in Finland is that people are our asset. And our strength, I would say, is very comprehensive approach, which is a whole of society approach to advance gender equality and inclusion. The mere fact that the society is sort of half and half men, half women, and to make the society, successful, you need everybody's input. Equal access to education, equal opportunities. But however, more is always needed. And in particular, when we talk about innovation technology, we need more girls in particular to study the famous STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Because somehow they don't seem to attract enough girls. And that should be changed. And a country that we also believe in strategies. So only 2-3 years ago, a government adopted a national STEM strategy and action plan. And the idea, once again, is to guarantee equal learning opportunities and adequate STEM competencies for all, regardless of gender, age, or social or cultural background. And we also established what we call a National STEM Center, which is a science education network of universities to inspire youth and children, youth, especially girls, into these topics I mentioned. And how they do it, at the early age, you organize, you learn STEM with fun. You have sort of STEM camps, theme days, games, you name it. And then at the same time, we have established a lifelong learning center for teachers who are teaching STEM topics to make sure that the teaching is based on research, on facts. So, and I would say, on top of this, the foundation for all is sort of a big emphasis on digitalization, innovation, and education strategies. And once again, equal opportunities for all. Innovation. The share of innovation in the GDP is roughly 3.3%. The aim is to increase that to 4%. And a couple of years ago, it's an across all party commitment to increase innovation funding was made. And we also got the industry committed. So half of the innovation funding from public finances, another half from private companies. Because it's very much in the interest of the companies, to invest in innovation. So that's a very, very strong commitment, I would say. And then, in order to get more women into this innovation field and into tech field, so there are several special calls which are targeted in particular for women and to encourage women founders. At the moment, we have more than 4,000 tech companies in Finland, but only a minimal amount of those tech companies were founded by women or run by women at the moment. And as a matter of fact, the amount of women in tech is only 23%. So we have a way to go. In spite of good efforts, in spite of what we have been doing so far, but that shows that there is still a long way, or some way to cover. And I would say that the role of industry is very important in here, and because there is strong competition among, in the industry, not only in Finland, but also, globally, how to sort of export Finnish goods. And that competition means that you need to have you need to have all capabilities encouraged and nourished, meaning, educated youngsters, educated young women, educated young men to come and work for the industry, and that means that you have to, in order to make that happen, you need to invest in women's and girls' digital skills. And what is very important, what we have noticed, that companies which are inclusive have good reputations, and they are also lucrative places to work. So one good thing leads to another, I would say. I think I will stop here if I have to overstep my time already.
No, you haven't used up your time. We want to hear from you. Thank you very much for that. Your Excellency, Elena Maria Freire Murillo, to you next. Honduras has made women's economic empowerment sort of central to its development agenda. What innovative policies, practices from Honduras do you think could serve as an example to others? What would you share? What works well in your estimation?
Thank you, Gillian. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UNIDO for organizing this event. It's an honor for me because it gives us the opportunity to exchange ideas and share our view of the empowerment and leadership of women and our collective commitment to gender equality in all industrial sectors. Economic empowerment for women in Honduras is the central axis of our development agenda. It's not just a social priority, it's also a strategic engine to boost industrial competitiveness, innovation, and truly sustainable growth. For Honduras, since our female president took power, female leadership has really boosted and understood the priorities of our industrial development by empowering women in the economy and other spheres traditionally reserved for men in our country. Things are changing, though. We are making progress. We're definitely moving towards greater gender equality. The government has fostered several initiatives. One is industrial development ecosystems with specialized business accompaniment, technical training, it's gender-focused. We have technical training centers, microcredits with preferential rates for women, and this is focused on technology, agro industries, and light manufacturing. These, of course, were traditionally male-dominated sectors. Secondly, we have launched continuous training programs for young women in both urban and rural areas. We have 56% rural population and 44% in cities, so we have more people in the countryside. So our goal there is to close technological gaps and foster innovation. And we are working hand in hand with industry, universities, and international partners. This means that more women can have access to better jobs in the framework of Industry 4.0. And thirdly, we are fostering policies for female leadership. We have many women in government. I'm not sure of the exact percentage, but we have many women leaders now in industrial management, and we focus on equality and promoting women to management jobs. These plans don't just create more inclusive environments, but they also contribute to our national female empowerment goals and generate practical experiences which can then be replicated. We currently have several initiatives. We have the Initiative for Gender Parity. This is a public-private alliance headed by the Inter-American Development Bank and the World Economic Forum and the Secretariat for Women. This is to reduce the economic divide and to promote high-level dialogues and strengthening economic autonomy in order to prevent violence. We also have integrated training models for women in industry. This is a combination of technical training and access to finance, with links to markets to boost competitiveness and improve the sustainability of companies headed specifically by women. We also have Connected Women, the Connected Women Initiative. This is an alliance between the UNFPA and Tigo Honduras, which is a telecoms company. And the idea is to include more women in the digital economy. Then we have another joint initiative with the Inter-American Development Bank, Innovate Women. This is to work with SMEs and micro enterprises led by women in Honduras. And I will come to an end now before Gillian cuts me off. Honduras is reaffirming its commitment to UNIDO and International Women's Day. We are going beyond a mere commemoration. We are committed to action and acknowledging the talent of women, removing barriers and focusing our industrial policy on gender equality. Through other countries, we know change is possible. And exchanging experiences and ideas is really important for us because we know this change is possible. And we are strengthening partnerships, supporting initiatives that support the resilience and leadership of women, among other things, of course. But I won't take up more of your time. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. To Your Excellency, Ms. Deborah Lepre now. Italy has promoted gender equality in many multilateral forums. What lessons can Italy share that can guide global policy, and how can diplomacy ensure that an International Day of Women in Industry achieves real impact?
Thank you, Gillian. But first of all, the first lesson, we can do better and more. So just start with a very high level of ambition, but it is the only way to go on. But let me, joining my colleague in thanking UNIDO for having organized this movement and thanking the Saudi authorities for having co-joined this momentum. Personally, and really it's a personal comment that I start with, I'm the outgoing president of the General Conference, well known. So I started 2 years ago where we have started, not definitely started on working on women empowerment, but on working on a strong resolution on gender. We will come to that later on. 2 years ago was not possible. Now we are waiting and very happy and ready to adopt a gender resolution. And within this gender resolution, there is the, let's say, for the first time, this International Day for Women Empowerment. Why I started from here, apart from the pleasure to thank the people that is doing or making this possible, including my colleagues here, because it is probably for the ones that are not into this, diplomacy and UN works, this might seem normal. It's not. So I wish I would like to read some numbers, and I read because when I start writing these elements for me with the help of my colleagues, I was not surprised, but anyway captured, not encouraged by this number, because women represent, even today, where many things are ongoing, positive things, encouraging ones. Women represent around the 40% of the world's manufacturing workforce. In terms of more generic terms, we are half of the world, so that's the first reason why we should do better. But this share has barely changed in the last decade. They hold 30% of leadership or managerial position, so we are decreasing in numbers. They continue to perform the 75% of unpaid care, let's say, so mama style at home, and they face that was the number that was striking, $1.9 trillion US financing gap for women, especially women-owned MSMEs, so medium and small enterprises, which is the basis of my country, by the way. So this is World Bank Index. So, well, these figures reflect a persistent reading carefully the scenario prepared by UNIDO and the Division on Gender Equality, a persistent leaking pipeline. We talk about ceilings, we talk about leaking pipelines, beautiful metaphors. Let's start working or keep on working. Coming to Italy, because you have a multilateral dimension, you have asked that. But let's recall that Italy, yes, as long time, I'm not definitely the first ambassador to do so, champion gender equality and women's empowerment. 2024, last year, not a long time ago, we chaired the G7, and we organized a very powerful ministerial on gender empowerment with not only a classical ministerial, anyway, never easy declaration, but with concrete outcomes. And it regards STEM, women in STEM, Nina was mentioning the tech dimension, it regards leadership and business. It is clear, I think we all share the assessment that when women are there, and we are talking about industrial developments, industries, societies are more resilient. There are a lot of data and figures on that. And supply chains grow faster, and definitely industry innovate better. Recalling also another dimension innovation that Nina has mentioned, which is key, by the way, also in terms of technological AI development. So yes, we are doing so, and UNIDO is definitely one example, and it regards me as permanent representative in Vienna for the international organizations, because but it's not definitely the only organization, international one with which we are working on gender-sensitive projects. which are not necessarily only on gender, but are horizontal projects in a whole of society approach, because again, private, public, civil society approach, where the gender dimension, industrial development, in this case, it is. We have cotton in Egypt, we have the peaweeds called MENA countries, we have shoe village in Hebron. I don't want to make a list because we are, I mean, no one will go anywhere alone, and I'm referring to member states. So this is the example coming to the diplomacy, because the last part of your question, she promised to make big eyes when we go too long. This is
I haven't done it yet.
For diplomats, so do that if it's the case. So I go on, I keep on. This is what diplomacy does and should do more, which is not only talking, which is, I would say, transforming strategic thinking into action, actions into outcomes, and outcomes into stories. Because I think that we need to tell the story we are organizing and implementing with UNIDO or with the other organization. In Vienna, the gender is really horizontal. We do a lot in the nuclear dimension of women and STEM. We do a lot in other dimension, which is the legal, law enforcement, UNODC, international crime dimension, and corruption. But focusing on UNIDO, what we care and we love, we really need, and there is a huge announcement on that, but there is also a need to go on like that. So to connect projects and programs to people. It's a storytelling which is true. It has to be honest. When we don't get there, we have to say that and try it again. And this is part of the renewal of the UN system, I think. I don't see your eyes still big, so I keep on. But you should do that. Again, diplomats can keep on. No, just another example. It's not international, but I think that there's shifts from national to international dimension. My country, Italy. Because, I mean, very compatible and according to the gender strategy of UNIDO, we have a national strategy, which is, I'm very critical to myself, to my country, to everything. I'm not the more critical. My ambitions are always very high, but the national strategy 21st, if I'm not wrong, 26, is a very ambitious one because it matches again, strategic thinkings and projects with outcome and with financing. Again, we need to, yes, I see your eyes. I just mentioned to close that the gender equality, but it's practical, the gender equality certification system for companies. That is something along which UNIDO is working. We have it in Italy. It says a lot about not who's best, who's not. It's a matter of going on. I could keep on for hours, so I stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To Your Excellency Naomi Switi Aziz now, Tanzania, working to expand women's role in industry. How can your governments like that of Tanzania and international organizations basically collaborate to do more to drive change?
Thank you very much, Jillian, and I'll start off like my other predecessors who've spoken before me in thanking you and the Saudi government and UNIDO for hosting this meeting and for this panel of discussions, which is very timely and topical. I just want to start off by saying that the United Republic of Tanzania, the government of Tanzania, recognizes the important role of gender equality and the role of women empowerment vis-a-vis the future of industry as an important element of promoting economic development and overall transformation of the country. And the government has put in place, recognizing the importance of women in the industrialization drive, has put in place a number of measures that to ensure that the women receive the necessary support and the advocacy, and as well as the necessary financial resources to ensure that they are active and effective participants in the industrialization drive and agenda of the country. Now, in 2023, the World Bank the data provided by the World Bank put it that 54% of women in Tanzania are accounted for in the small and medium-sized industries, in micro and small industries, enterprises in the country. And that is did not come by chance. It came by deliberate efforts made by the government, as I said, to put in the right policies, two specific policies that actually cater specifically for women empowerment and inclusion. One is with regards to the National Gender and Women Development Policy, which was established in 2023. Another one more recently this year with regards to industry, specifically regards to industry and small and medium-sized enterprises. Those two policies are geared specifically to ensure that the women are given that priority when it comes to their participation in the industrial sector. Another issue that the government has undertaken was to ensure, to make an amendment in the Local Government Regulation Financial Act that allows for local governments throughout the whole country. Local governments allocate 10% of their internal revenues to women enterprises that are, they give loans to women which are, they don't have to pay taxes or in credit. It's free loans to women that can undertake that. And then the government also oversees some 75 economic empowerment funds that support digital, financial inclusion that supports women-based or women-owned enterprises. And this is done also throughout the country. So the banks within the country provide loans to women to facilitate, what the different projects that the women come up to. Community-based institution as well as community-based groups also have this task. Now, before I go into how Tanzania can collaborate with international organizations, you need to also speak of issues and address issues that put a barrier to women actually being effectively engaged in the industrialization sector. And these are, just to name a few, it's not exhaustive, discriminatory laws, social norms, traditions, customs that limits access to resources for women, financial resources and credit loans that have collateral requirements that most women don't have. You need to have land, you need to have property. Most women, even in Africa, they don't have that. So when they go to banks to ask for loans, it becomes a problem. The limited access to barriers of networks and irrelevant market information is also an impediment to women's effective participation. Also, women continue to face limited access to technology, affordable childcare, barriers that also have to be addressed if you want to have them effectively. And then, of course, the role of women. You are a wife, you're a mother, you're the primary caretaker in your household. Some of these things, they limit you into what you can do in the industrial sector or other productive areas. So some key things that the government and international organizations could do. One is developing and enforcing gender-responsible policies and legislation, as I spoke before. This includes legal and policy reforms that mandates equal opportunities, combat gender-based violence, and address workplace discrimination in industrial sectors. Secondly, enhancing access to finance and technology, as I mentioned, innovation and markets for women entrepreneurs. So international organizations to support establishment and scaling of women-specific financings in, banks and microfinance programs. Thirdly, building technical and entrepreneurial capacities. We need to ensure that the empowerment of women is not just a trendy catchphrase. It has to go hand in hand with the necessary education and skills that can be imparted to women to be able for them to be active participants. So that in this, continued investment is needed in training and capacity building, programs that equip women with skills in value addition, green industries, renewable energy, and digital transformation. And here, UNIDO can be a very effective partner in bringing this forward by supporting national efforts in educating women and giving them the proper skills for them to be able to be active participants in the industrializations of their countries. Promoting... I'm getting there. Just give me a few more minutes.
She's ignoring me.
Promoting inclusive leadership and decision-making, integrating gender equality and national development status, and strengthening multi-sector partnerships. Now, we all support, and I'm sure everybody in this room also supports International Day of Women, and it is a befitting recognition of the participation of women and the active support of women in industry. So we all support that, and in doing that, countries should take concrete measures, concrete steps and activities to promote that day, awareness, and so people will know exactly what it's all about. And I think by doing that and collaborating with international organizations, we'll be able to give the International Day, the befitting recognition that it deserves.
We hope so. Thank you very much for your contribution. Ms. Bia Hakula, your work connects women across Africa, and you're really working at the grassroots. What further support or collaboration do you need with government to really help you achieve your ambitions with the work that you do with women?
I think organizations like ours have got a great role to play in terms of integrating what is policy and execution. The importance of working at the grassroots level. I'll just make a reflection. We're 5 years, less than 5 years towards the Agenda 2030, and the needle is moving very slowly. And therefore, we need to bridge the gap and do so very quickly. Bottom-up approach has proven to be very effective because it informs policy. It also informs policies that are not working. And therefore, that is the first thing. Because once the policies are executed on the ground, it's easy to test them if you are right there. The second thing is that when you talk about development, people must own their development. Owning their development, it means that they embrace everything that's happening in their communities. There's a saying by the people with disability, nothing about us without us. And I think this is very relevant even for us as women. So therefore, financial inclusion becomes very crucial in terms of making sure that government, in the way that they do things, they bring in the element of financial inclusion that is supported by policy. And you can only get that when we work with the government. If I were to use an example, part of the work we've established in South Africa what is called cooperative financial institution. It's called Women Building Our Africa. It's based on the legislation, but in that we're establishing a bank that will be supporting the initiatives of women, which is very important. And how does government come in? Where government can play a role is to create an enabling environment, an incubation funding for the execution. Because in terms of the operations, you cannot ask people to invest and then you ask them for funds for the injection funding. And I think it is important that you balance the policy with execution, and we're better positioned to do that. The other thing is that if you look across the continent, women are so industrious, and therefore government would step in and creating of economic hubs, which consolidates. When people come to Africa, they must embrace and appreciate Africa for what it is. And therefore, when I go to Ethiopia, I must see the whole of Africa. And this is the role that can be played by government, working with the various ambassadors in the various countries, in the various parts of the world. And that way, the other thing, if we talk about connecting Africa, we've got marching orders from the Agenda 2063. And I'm proud sitting here that the person at the helm of that Agenda 2063 was one of our own from South Africa, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. But that is marching orders that is very clear in terms of saying, how do we transform Africa for sustainability? The G22 that just closed It focused on two things to say, you need to look at sustainability and food security, because every time people talk about Africa, they talk about poverty. And therefore, if you put financial instruments that empower and enable women to develop their own financial instruments like Women's Bank, it therefore assists the institutions like ours to work with government in a better way that is empowering, but does not put women in a position that is begging. So that's what we stand for as Africa for Africa, to unite women across the continent to ensure that the transformation is driven by the women owning the change and the transformation they want to see in our continent.
And to ensure that the narrative is more than one of poverty, deprivation, war. There's much more to Africa, as you say. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel, for all your contributions. We're now going to move to a pivotal moment in today's program, the vision pledges. This is the open floor session that I was talking to you about before. So this segment's designed to provide an inclusive space for member states, partners and stakeholders to share their aspirations and commitments towards achieving advancing gender inclusivity, industrial development, and supporting the establishment of an International Day of Women in Industry. I like the sound of that. So let's begin. Let's open the floor. If you'd like to press the button on your table mic, you'll be entered into a queue and your mic will turn green. And when I give you the floor, the mic will automatically be opened and it will turn red. And when it turns red, you may speak. So already we have a request list. So I'm going to go to Panama first. Panama.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Panama, we would like to thank UNIDO and the group of Friends for Gender Equality for organizing this event, especially with regards to the establishment of the Day of Women's Empowerment. The participation of women in industry is essential for Panama in order to achieve a fair economic recovery and achieve truly inclusive and sustainable industrial development. There will be no progress if there are barriers to access to employment and loans. There are salary gaps, there's too much underground economy and too much care work which is unpaid. These inequalities limit women as well as restricting innovation and competitiveness in our industries. Panama has made significant progress in overcoming these challenges. We now guarantee that at least 30% of seats on the boards of state companies and the banking sector are held by women. Gender equality is introduced in a cross-cutting way in our employment and technical training policies. We are working with multilateral partners to foster and strengthen women entrepreneurs. Panama supports the establishment of an International Day of Women in Industry under the auspices of UNIDO as a public policy instrument, not as a mere commemoration. This day should be used to acknowledge contributions, mobilize political will, investment, and partnerships, as well as promoting accountability through disaggregated data and goals aligned with the SDGs themselves. Acknowledging the participation of women in industry is not a gesture of generosity, but rather an act of justice and economic intelligence. Panama reiterates its support to this initiative and its commitment to gender equality in industry becoming a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. We can move on to Germany now.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. It is a pleasure to join the 21st UNIDO General Conference and to discuss how we can advance inclusive and resilient industrial development. Germany highly values our close cooperation with UNIDO in promoting sustainable, equitable economic systems. Women's economic empowerment, or more broadly, gender equality in economic life, remains a central pillar of Germany's development cooperation. Living in Saudi Arabia, I personally welcome the strong effort undertaken by my host country to substantially increase female workforce participation in all sectors of industry. The German government continues to place gender equalities such as women's rights, their access to resources, and their full and equal participation at the heart of our cooperation and work. It is more important than ever to reaffirm that this policy is not a temporary agenda. It is a long-term commitment and a guiding principle across all sectors, including trade and industrial policy. Recent years have shown how fragile global trade systems can be, from geopolitical tensions to supply chain disruptions to climate-related shocks. These disruptions affect everyone, but their consequences are not gender neutral. Women are heavily concentrated in vulnerable sectors, such as textiles, agriculture, and informal trade. In the garment industry alone, up to 80% of workers are women. At the same time, in many countries, women are significantly underrepresented in promising green and digital sectors. Trade and industrial disruptions often hit women hardest, leading to income loss or rising unpaid care burdens. Tackling such gendered risks is not only a matter of fairness, it is essential for economic resilience and inclusive industrial growth. Industrial policy can play a key role in responding to these injustices. By integrating gender-responsive approaches into value chain development, skills training, and enterprise support, we can make industrial transformation both inclusive and resilient. In doing so, let us not only directly support women in their economic endeavors, but also look at the institutional and political structures and address existing barriers that hinder women from accessing the same rights, financial and economic resources, and an equal representation. Gender-responsive industrial policy is not only fair, it is also a smart economic choice. Let me give you just two examples. A study by the World Manufacturing Forum found that companies with more women in leadership and technical roles are more competitive and innovative. And according to the World Bank, closing the gender-digital divide could unlock over $520 billion in additional economic activity in low and middle-income countries. When we empower women, we unlock productivity, creativity, and stability, benefits that strengthen entire economies. Germany will continue to support such projects and partnerships that promote gender equality in trade and industry in a holistic way, from technical training for women entrepreneurs on a micro level to supporting financial and economic institutions to offer gender-responsive services, and to integrating gender analysis into trade and industrial policy advice on a macro level. Together with partners like UNIDO, we aim to ensure that women and marginalized groups are not only protected from trade insecurities, but actively benefit from global economic transformation. Let me end with this. Inclusive industrialization is not just about technology or competitiveness. It is about people, about giving everyone the opportunity to contribute and to benefit. Germany stands ready to continue working with all of you to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your pledge there. We can go next to Ghana.
Thank you so much. I thank the panelists for sharing so much insights on this topic that we are discussing today. I'd like to just share a few points on what Ghana is doing. My country, Ghana, approaches industrialization with a clear and deliberate conviction that women must be at the center of the future of industry. Women's innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership are not supplementary to our development path. They are essential to its success and to building industries that are inclusive, productive, and resilient. And so, Ghana is advancing a comprehensive framework to support women-led enterprises across priority sectors. The establishment of the Women's Development Bank demonstrates our commitment to removing structural barriers in access to finance. The bank is designed to provide affordable credit, business development services, and dedicated support to women-led micro, small, and medium enterprises in agribusiness, textiles, manufacturing, digital services, and other emerging growth sectors. This institutional mechanism strengthens women's integration into national and regional value chains, a critical enabler of industrial transformation. Ghana is also modernizing its technical and vocational education training ecosystems with an intentional gender lens. Women are now being equipped with skills in high-demand industrial fields, including digital technology, renewable energy, green manufacturing, robotics, and construction. By pairing the technical and vocational training reforms with industry-led apprenticeship models, Ghana ensures that women can access the jobs and leadership opportunities created by new technology and evolving production systems. And so we welcome UNIDO's clear focus on strengthening gender mainstreaming into UNIDO's programs and enhancing women's access to industrial skills, technology, and entrepreneurial opportunities. These priorities are fully aligned with Ghana's national agenda, as I said earlier, including expanded support for women-led MSMEs and the ongoing establishment of the Women's Development Bank to promote financial inclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ghana. Thank you for your pledge and your appreciation of our panel, and I'm going to extend that to them as well. Thank you very much for your insight and your instruction this afternoon. So we are going to close, but before we do that, we are going to conclude this very important session. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to all those who have taken part, and we are going to hear from our final closing speaker. I'd like to introduce Cecilia Ugaz Estrada, who will deliver the closing remarks for us. Please welcome to the stage. Yes, thank you. If you take to the lectern. Thank you. Yes, give her some music. Why not?
I told before that this is not really for short people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Sus Excelencias, señoras y señores.
With the closing of this very, very special day. Today we have heard strong messages across all regions, from governments, from industry leaders, from women who are driving real change. We have seen clearly women play a central role in industry, in factories, in engineering, in new technologies, in startups. They are shaping the future of sustainable production and driving innovation. But reality is also that women still face obstacles in many places and many sectors, less access to skills, technology, finance, and leadership positions. This holds back the whole economy and slows down industrial progress. This is why the Women Empowerment Day at this summit is so important, and this is also why the proposal for an International Day of Women in Industry deserves the full support of our Director General and the organization as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, such a day will give us a platform each year to do three things. First, to recognize the contribution of women in industry as workers, entrepreneurs, managers, technicians, and innovators. Second, to highlight where progress is happening and where gaps remain. And third, to encourage countries, companies, and all other partners to work together on practical solutions to advance equality in industry. It could keep the topic high on the international agenda and help build momentum year after year. For UNIDO, this aligns directly with our own mission. We support industrial development that is modern, competitive, and sustainable, and we will continue working with our member states to open more opportunities for women in industrial jobs, in technical training, and leadership roles. This is not only fair, it is smart economics. Let us keep working together and make this International Day a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cecilia, thank you very much for that. Thank you. So as we conclude this important session, I want to extend sincere gratitude to Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General, our esteemed panelists, and all participants for your insightful contributions to today's dialogue in mobilizing recognition of women in industry, the next step. Your perspectives have greatly enriched our discussion, highlighting national efforts, innovative strategies, and shared aspirations for advancing gender-inclusive industrial development. The pledges announced today reflect a strong and united commitment to recognizing women's leadership and institutionalizing the International Day of Women in Industry as a global milestone. Let us carry this momentum forward. I would invite all member states and partners to continue embedding gender equality into every industrial policy, program, and partnership, ensuring that women not only participate, but lead and thrive in shaping the future of industry. Now, before we close, I'm delighted to invite you to join us for the evening reception, the Orange Hour. Many of you already got your orange stickers or your orange ribbons, so you know all about it. We'll provide an opportunity to continue networking and deepen collaboration. This will be an excellent occasion to build on today's dialogue and strengthen partnerships for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you once again for your engagement and commitment. I know it's late, but you stuck with me. You stuck it through to the end. Thank you very much. Together, you are taking the next step toward a more equitable industrial future. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. But we want a photo. Are there any
It is a lovely moment, a moment to remember. Thank you, Gillian. Thank you to all our speakers, our leaders who shared their experiences and commitment today. This has been an extraordinary and defining moment within GC21. We heard powerful stories of women who are reshaping industries across region. We explore national strategies from policies, reforms, leadership, development that are transforming workplaces and removing gender-specific barriers. Tomorrow, we will return to Generation Future, where the next wave of leaders will take the stage. The work we have done today lays the foundation for the world they inherit. Let us ensure that this world where women and men equally lead and participate in shaping the future of industry, a world built on shared responsibilities, inclusive growth, and lasting equality. Thank you once again for all who attended today for this important day. Together we move industry forward. Thank you. Goodbye.